You're still watching ABC News Ghana. My name is Epifania Chokoto Gligui. Now we continue with our comprehensive live coverage of the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's regional campaign tour. The presidential candidate of the governing New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is advocating the revision of Section 63D of the Chieftaincy Act 2008, which is Act 759, to grant chiefs more power in governance systems. Now, according to the Vice President, Ghana's checkered system way of governance history has over the years appeared to sideline the influence of the chiefs in governance. Dr. Bawumia, among other propositions to incentivize traditional leaders, proposed an increment in the allowance of paramount chiefs, queen mothers, and divisional chiefs. The flag bearer, Dr. Bawumia, made these remarks on his fourth regional tour of his campaign trail on Tuesday, May 7, 2024, where he met with the Ahafo Regional House of Chiefs. Here are the excerpts.
Scholarships. Me persons with disability, so yeboa omo bebre, because of disability, they can't go and do a lot of work to get any money for tertiary education, but they are very smart, they are very bright. And persons with disability, no, yebema omo scholarship to go to tertiary institutions, and they will be able to attend free tertiary institutions through scholarships. Me persons with disability, so yeboa omo bebre, because of disability, they can't go and do a lot of work to get any money for tertiary education, but they are very smart, they are very bright. And persons with disability, no, yebema omo scholarship to go to tertiary institutions, and they will be able to attend free tertiary institutions.
The Vice President also proposed a change in the country's natural resource management for affordable local miners, a 100% of ownership natural resources. Now, he added that a minerals development bank will be set up to assist artisanal miners. Let's take it.
Other minerals are ewoho. And musha Ghana yasisi ache. Enti me pese me change natural resource management no. Natural resource management no so. So far ye reserves no ye royalties on the reserves. Echo. But me pese Ghana for you have 100% ownership. That is the difference. Say the key share exploration. A per se geological survey department. Omoboa na yenye exploration no so ye be ma omusika na omo aye exploration no. Ye hu sa deposits no then the concessions no yamfama Ghanaians. 100% ownership by Ghanaians.
Regarding the alternative power source, Dr. Bawumia revealed that he will implement a policy to generate 2,000 megawatts of solar power. He was, however, quick to add that public transport will be converted to electric vehicles to reduce transport fares by 40%.
Public transport, so the same problem of fuel imports, no, nebo no kosro na GPRT, so increasing transport prices, no. I may want to say urban public transport, no, you're moving towards electric vehicles. Sana say abrochiri also are starting a movie towards electric vehicles. So electric vehicles, no. The transport fares no be back down by at least 40%.
Okay, so earlier we told you that we're bringing you live updates from the auditorium where the Vice President is paying a courtesy call on the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Let's go straight to the auditorium.
It's possible, and I guess aha, then him so near and been so can Unia, a free stream, John Dramani Mahama, Unia Gum, Unia Babaka, I am free, and the share a quiadonco, or caho. The party did not mean money, dear, so did the same Renoswa. Also, so Obeba Bina Abepre. Yera, what anne wahaya Adia Yadia Dawase, Titro, Oneman Penny, and a bang, and the same maybe airport, na airport, and then Kuyi. The same fear bang, so na Dahwa na, and Yajuma. The two when him, Yera, Sa airport, never manaya Juma. Ama yemubi yetimi efa wienhyɛn efiri sunyane akɔ nkran emre tiawa waba ne ya na wase na yenye nipa sabio sesebeboaye yewura ade ba akoso so a yenyina ye abonofo na haye pa ne se owom se ne yenyina ye original hospital wo sunyane hade enso ade na haye pa ne se Abanebe Peja Sa Regional Hospital was Sujane Nabayan Teaching Hospital. I say 2 and among 2019, you call you president to her. And I said, if you are catching them, they say, and I saw a teaching hospital there. Honorable Quaquaman, so on that way. Just over to Mario. Actually, 2022, you call not to Naim. Saturday and 2023. The Sunday Cobono say, Adiano, Benyan Yoye, or say a boss obey the obeyo. Yura, a year regional hospital, Sunyana, ne Yura, the Pejem Nabay and a teaching hospital. Nature say, you know, medical school, Nadian a bar room. Yura, Wabahasia, ya Nawasia, na Fata. Yura, one district, one factory. It is why you be waha. Ama Bono region has a year who said be waha. Mempersia so be waha. Baby be waha. Yanina no ya Jumadia. So Yura say be all ya Jumadia, and as I said, that was it. Now, say one district, one factory. Baby a Jumano and Cosono, the best row say, wait me, I shall walk qua pro and an bankasa. Bab, Yanya Juman and Unya been a bacachro, na a pay one boy. Yera, Nanka Regional Hospital by a teaching hospital. Yera, no crapa, woman is a teaching hospital, na bayano. Ya wona can be a pass, I say, Uram, and Sana, a Genoa CP, say teaching hospital. Yera, I'm not yet been to me, Yoy. I quite quiet to say, means, Macassa, or quite quiet, said Dini, na uncle yet Dini. Na wapen so one ya de share na adodan kwa kufuado na hwatima hyemu kena na niema ssb betimi de hyem ma eye teaching hospital na ejina pi no yewura wa hwe e de amaye yewura wa ba ha nei nka airport ma da wase na yewura airport no emra ba yo no na adodan kwa kufuado obebie de maaye no o hye e bo se Obey phase 2. Phase 2 no. Obey no trim. Se obey a plane no BBC and a journal near Kikang. Ye rampa. All they share ho budget num. Na budget as a kwa no ko ya ko awie. Ye ra ye wo me. Yante ho hwe. Anka se bati ba bi ba yo. Yanka se ba bi aba yo no onye o. Na omu ya de no so o hwe budget num. Ye ra onkoso. Ya wusa wo bosume be nso ansa na bakotraba nti ewura ye srew wada roma phase 2 no was budget num nti finance minister so eja ewura kwabraje Japan be di wachi me need control over Minister for Finance. What dear on another dankwa Akufo-Addo wonu wi be na wa asre na se sika no onyi mfa maye na a contractor for na a bebe trenu bentimi entrem na airport phase 2 no sabio yan hyase se sabi yentimi anwie kura na yanye mu fa kase se be ya abonofo besoso bani beje yewra ade ba ko and the otraso ya UNER University of Energy and Natural Resources yewra ewa ya de beto wanim se niema ewo ho no no krani enko nanim ewa ho boaye nkakra yewra waba ha nei na yeni se wo so no kokroko na so kokoko no kra bia nima menti e menye beka ne se kumprako graduate 1995 kumprako nanka ho na de ma ya nana nti menyede menya manyo edu ba bia no beka se ngo bode edu ba bia be nwanka nso adwembadu mi de ne ehu ne nka o nhu bibi se onini a na no se ne ba ye games bia be yo no yewura niama bia nhu se ode atoto akwane so eye university ne stadium no o se niama na tata me adwembadu nhu a na maka ndamwase na no nko ho nhu se ho wo wura ho kwanem wo wura ho kroma wa ya fefe nhu na manka aya na ngo oye de oteten yewura UNER abia higher pa say accommodation school baby a school for no beda yewura school isi say o hwe nipa abawo mpa say no wakasa ya 14,800 mpem du 9 ahenwoche na ba abawo baby da wo school mo yewura ntie ne na no pa mpasa mbeka na nka ne pepepe ayapem ahenu 1,200 de pe yewura na chese deficit bi wo accommodation a bi wo sunwane ha ma mehema ne mpesua so bi wo dom ahinkro ba bi a school for no bedda eye ade kase yewura wabai ade na koya aprabre o niam na ho bayo no ono ne ekanya ade je no na ba yede bakotugum se yu nti ba ne amenka nchiro se accommodation no UNER wada wo ma no wa hwe ne yi yewura abia ba ko pa abonofo na ye ba ha sei na metie radio bi na nanom binim so tie ye politicians ba te se waba na abonofo ba kwane beda bia ya ka se baba ya benyo ba ka se baba ya benyo yewura freedom a nka se mo first 4 years one year bibi kwana mam doma na menye no koreka ni na mom yewura na otaso bi enu de na abrante bi bo no dwon omo ada ese wada kakra yewura ama kwane no enye doma ngoa o yewura na ebe bo kwane na bi kakra na wa kire o abonofo oba men kan kire wada roma se wo pese obedi banim bi o de aka na fo a bakwane ye besro no wa hwe ni yi ekwane ne bi ni se abonofo nyina ya henkro ye sunyane yewura o hwe ya kwane nim se wiem hyen bre no nim se ofa bi de aba abesi airport no fa wo kofi abrea kwane da ho no yewura onso ani kura etutu aye basa yewura free fear pray run about no na okọ ntenten so animu a kofa ba akuni aba no a emre bi ehu sai no hydro fo no be de begusu an be ye so yewura ba sisa be mfidie ni nyina ba kọ na ba bi American abonofo pa ba hinkro na okọhwe sa ba bi American kofa ba akuni aba dan kofa so ba sha da dem fa so sebe ya mehu na da mehia o na meka yewura ehonye kra yewura wada roma ufre eye abesim oba onsa nifa so kwan bi da ring road ekwa akosi barracks yewura saa kwan we se bayra nipa ne bebre ba mfa sunyane krom e ma traffic nye dodo bebre ba fa ho ba ekọ Bono east ba ekọ north no ne etika ho yewura saa kwan so mte sesa na we aduro ne ba ye so na no nhyɛ da kɔhwɛ yewura mangu ne ye yewura me kwan bi me bɛbɔ so na nsa no mɛbɔ so no mɛda MPP communicators abɛwɔ Bono region ase ɛyɛ sunyane ɔkɔkyerɛ kwan da makoma so pa da bia nka ho asɛm eduru ba bia nti nkɔgyina hɔ na meto hene to ayampia eduru ba bia na de nneɛma bi ɔfam sɛ bɛyɛ ɔbɛte ana regional minister bɛwu na ɔbɛba bɛka kyerɛw yewura kwan no na ɔnyɛ na nhu sɛ communicators no MPP communicators yɛti a mebɔ baba so no nti sɛ bɛba nyɛ saa kwan na bɛde ba yi nyinaa agu hɔ da kɛsɛ da nte mani gye papa ama da biara mehu bɛ mu bi no ndabase sɛ bi wɔ hɔ a medabase sɛ bɛ nyinaa bɛyɛ me mmoa yewura baayɛ kwan no fa ɛnam sɛ bɛboa me nti bɛne nanam yɛ nkabom no baayɛ mu fa yewura na fa no so no wabade a na yɛ serɛw sɛ wada woroma sɛ watumi ayɛ fa deɛ a na gyɛ sɛ fa no wobɛtumi ayɛ yewura saa kwani nkasa wa penso nkoa na wɔwɔ anyɛ nokorɛ yewura JJ Rollins penso kora no ne yɛ ka ho asɛm yewura J Kufuor ne yɛ ka ho asɛm yewura Atamels ne yɛ ka ho asɛm yewura John Dramani Mahama ne tam ne yɛ ka na mmom wada roma wotumi awie fa bi fa baako no wotumi yɛ a na kyerɛ sɛ ɛbɛboa yɛ ka ɔsaa kwan no ba bɛfiri Cote d'Ivoire yɛ firi Bono ha a yɛkɔ Bono east yɛkɔ north no yɛn nyinaa dodoɔ no yɛfa saa kwan no so saa kwan no yɛ takyiman yɛdwa kɛseɛ yɛkɔ hɔ kɔdi dwa na kwan no ayɛ na ɔnyɛ nti yɛbɛserɛ no wahwɛ saa kwan yɛ ama yɛ yɛwura kwan paa abonofoɔ ɔda yɛ akoma so da biara ɔhyɛ budget m bɛnwie da yɛwura saa kwan no nkoa da miretia nka mɛka sɛ yɛwura one mean de hyɛ madeɛ nyina na na adoda nkɔ Akufo-Addo brekum sampa deɛ nsoro ho hɔ deɛ ho awe president bɛba yɛ nyinaa bi ayɛ no nkakra wada woroma minnim ne ɔbaayɛ sɛ ho yɛ ne firi yo sɛ sɛw menka sɛ bio amanfoɔ bɛnyɛ ho dɔm na yɛwura yɛaka saa kwan yɛ naano bɛhyɛ mbɔ sɛ February bosome mmienu ne bɛbɛba abɛyɔ yewura yɛhwɛ ya bamma ɛyɛ minister for chieftaincy ɔno ara ne kasa bɛbɛba bamma yɛwɔ atwanem naano yɛte sɛ yewura sisi ɔhwɛ akwan so yɛde hyɛ no a ofiri Asante honorable Asenso Boakye ɔne regional minister yɛhu sɛ ne bɛwɔ kwan no so bekotwa ho nhoma sɛ bɛyɔ nti ne ni sɛ bɛyɔ na nananom a bɛfiri kwan no so ne bɛbaeɛ yɛwura bɛbae nyoo bɛbae kwani ahyen bi ɔma so yewura ne wade yewura wada roma mmerɛ no nkɔɔ koraa yɛwɔ mmɛmmoa mɛdwu nkura yewura obetuma akeka ho ama bibi kɛseɛ bi ayɛ dɛ saa kwan no yewura amanyene nom a yɛwɔ ha sɛ mensura yɛ bɛyɛ du enkono yewura mu maako nso saa kwan no so no bɛfiri bɛba ndi kyɛ sɛ wonya saa nipa no a yewura no wɔyɛ nya yɛ nyinaa o na woanya ba deɛ a so brekum sampa road wahwɛ hɔ de amayɛ na yewura Asenso Boakye agya wokɔ akrakyefoɔ no waasoma ba mba kɔbisa no sɛ eko sampa sunyane badu ensoko se kwa doma hinkro nkran kwanta yewura 5 kilometers bi ba yo medawase yewura na bade first court no na kwano na no bi ka kire nsa sa ba ya no mensa yen guso baako no kwan nyina tutu aye wanfie ekosunya ne hiem na adoda nkwa akufu ado kwan tentene pa abayo na odika no ba yede bedi aguso yewa se wanyiro ho amfa bia meguso a akonya no Ghana for bia beto de mawa wanhwe obese na ba ya na foforo ama sra wada roma watimi amabadi abeguso na wanwie uwie a be dini ede amaho ebeya amanfo aniso yewa maka ne sei awie aka nse na me yenupe na ndem asem no ba wie yewa ba ko pa aya awuhuro ene hawo aya ahensam de nyada mane bia ni wa kakra ni so yewura meka ahensam a meka sampa ahensam ngidi se wate ho asem na wada roma meka de akosi kafio no so yewura sampa for 2015 ohima oho osi hene no bede amanso ba betofia judicial committee ewo ya house of say se nipa na le odibika on ne pen ono ne mbre na so se odi hene ye wodo be koka na manhia nka asem wo fia se yewura na be ka wi abede ba fia ne yete ye ne se be kwa kosi hene abra be mfa ma fia yewura wapa ha na mechiro sampa asem nienti anipa ku nienti antokwa na ekoso no saa de na asem da court na udi wie a ana sabi obi baba stress because yesi a usiesie wie a lawyer ni bia beka kire se usande ba court enam se ba mfa ma hantie ne sampa asem na wo yewura ani de kwan so emra ya mu bi hu se be kwa akosi hene no original minister no hoyi ya fra no edru baabi na sese national security minister ya fra na atwe na ahoma no amaso yewura nam so ma bafa nchane enye mra bekosi ye nipa baako oka baabi owuye nipa nwotwe betutuo yewura no ngwa na ano ya wo ho nipa ba nan awu asanaka ho na kyese semente wase ba hiniemu a yewura ayefia ya bo ho bra enam se saade o ya jampu nti yewura enu nti ne de sa hawo no abeto ho yewura meka ne se Ghana for odu ba bia yesura de I'm saying it without any contradiction say otumfo say tutu a otoso mienu ono me ye ma sampa ipaku no ekoso meka ne bio say otumfo say tutu a otoso mienu asantefo otibako na kese so sabi otumfo nye hene ketwa say onim say asam wo court no siesie wie ontimi ntu na chiame na ba mma na nanama ne be di asam no so sabi yati ye say kura no abu ya nimtia o da na asam wo ya nim na be di na obaji kwasiesie wokumase na wonfa mma pana na nim ema banjintum anaba mbongu na ofa akire yewura na ade o ya kura wo mne say edu babi anu babi obostu radio so internet iso na chia me ko ya okosi hene no wasampa no yo kan say otumfo say tutu otiye ode sojafo ne policefo na apa yewura edu babi ajon badu ana mpantokwa wo na sampa no adehye mienu aba pre nyina dehye na otumfo si no Oya madam for since 1986. Ne background empty. Madam my anybody. Yewura na no krani baby e ko no. Nchiama achia ni nyina efiri ho. Eduru baby aba adwumabadu. Adwumabadu de me sampa ngozi hene ho. Me si sampa hene. Eduru baby aba me ko na national security. Yewura saade no de saade yaba. Enam so yewura e de Cashew. Abeto sampa so. Na de yewura wada Roma slow. Man panyina ko no wo ba. Yewura nhwe nipa ba ko anim eniwa henie. Wo ya saade a ende adwumabadu antoso mienu da bia metia wo. Mpese wade hie ni nyina from the north south babia titi ba equally. Yewura atuo a waben fa atuo enko sampa. Yewura samekura hu se ma fa tuo ede nam sampa honchim saa so na de hie ni bi pagatuo se ode oye bibi sabio a okopra bi okodi bi awua yewura yete ase pa na mbom yewura me kan ko no Cashew pa 4 o'clock die wada Roma adabraka Cashew 4 o'clock adabraka 4 to 7 no mayo adise na dwabia ne bedi na se no me yansa no wokoda da yewura akasie se nka se me bobo so Ghana ha ba bia ntokwa wo me hu se bia ba na 4 o'clock da ne sampa for so mienu ni nyina ba ko atuo ni nyina batu na wia mento na najo batu na wia nti wo de esrew okwa anidie kwan so o de ato mampanyini ono ne kase mpu na mpu no wo ne de hye no ba beto no wo ha Bono reaching ola aya de tuo na akase bia mfa tuo no me ochim se ndi tuo onchim obia obachi ne wasampa so di tuo oye bibi on semfata se okita tuo no onche no mfaso esese nkokọ otokura koti ase ni bi nwadaji amekọ na matai nachi na mbombi bia mesre no minim Cashew ne de intelligence wonu wonim ya bia se ebetuma firi ho kura na ye ma no nyede emfiri ho se ye ntimi ma no mfiri ho kura enye ne no sia ne fa ana bia no nso ekobe the next day 5 o'clock ana ebasa 4 o'clock de ye nuanu be su papa manya ho ana me kasa asemi yewura wada Roma baby ye wadan no conference room and a courtroom amana kwhwe ho ngidi se ho ye ho nye one ne na ma obeka kire yewura mpacho ani die kwan so de fa so ma ukohwe ofoto onum kakra ho a eja wa frɛ abronye ana minister odi afano so na babre sika kakra na ndi akura no kakra se baya enyunu emese dani yewura ade ndi owie masem ka we de no nka masem nso meka yewura man hu se wunya nyi running mate ananya za yewura mpacho man hu se enche ubeyi running mate wayi sokora mente yewura edru baby na region bi baba saba kira saba nkuwa na saba de running mate yede e mabe adwambadu antoso bienu minhunu za yewura regions ni bebre nipa no ho se wan hwe ye no koye se region bi nkuwa bankuwa na bade kwa be wi abankuwa na babatu ama ho babatu ama ho ne ya ka ni nyina ne ya ato atia ho yewura ade amesre opa ne se me de ngo Bono region baba se fata menka se baba bo bedini e wo kuro no so banye o oya be mbo ba de na nsum so maye ndie ye yewura na oba ye ma hu se bi ni ba wom abonofo bi ni so beto mati haje kwasa wuni a ye tachima hene ne de je no ono so dibia so oye enyam ndia na me maka na maja Ignatius ba afọ awa nye ne ko school papa ya otiwe maintain ho chima bia da bia o ya ne niam ase na osise o ka ase nshi oprem o te ne na o kan ye no me won se me ka yewura vice pacho Ignatius ba afọ awa ono so di oya candidate oya obedru ba bi kura no anhwe kura no se benchema nam so kura ma akwa aboso ni ndidi nachi yewura ndi je bi so ba fra ne kwaku ajuma manu ono so di bia ono so oya yewura adise ba mo honorable mama afọ anahwe ono oya ha honorable na so di bia won fa ne ma no bi mbam doma hingro yewura ne America ne tiawa ne se nipa na obetwisu no asowura ne mate no ya Bono region to that extent Bono is yaso ya wo interest wom yaso ya pese ya nkrofo no be de ubobi ana abronye o Bono a abronye betima ka se bibi o mambi nti ya basra wada Roma na search no enka ba bi nko tofa baby ekoto baby a yebati ase na mom eba Bono meda wase pa yewura sa ade na ende ma wakwaba na mada waboafo ni nyina ase se ne ndi yakonya yo nchare na mom na ho ba no remember so na masra safu yehowa se afenkoto yemfie so na Bono region ti ase na Ghana ti ase nda wo nyina ase na no asi
Yo, Nana President. There was Sibebre. Nana President, there was Sibebre. Nana nom yetie, Nana President Kasana. Nina ya Bono man nkoswo. Nana twaso. Eda amampanyi nyuma pa oye. Ase. Owieye. Neman bisu wa osusuye. So to anka ban nye ni sei bisu ho a obisaye ni nyina ye mpuntu a na epre ababono man ho na da wase so bono man da wa koma so na no me to aso no na sa brei ani die kwan so
Excellency Nana President Ananom Srem Pacho Yebefreye Papa Oye Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs Waka
MC Pacho my national chairman ofiri Bono na mabe na me free nkra mabeka anye nti me mama na kasemu no akasa kakra ansa na mabana me de man anya be de akire atudwa nti we de chairman Stephen kakra akire onana no
that's it. Nana President of the Bono House of Chiefs Nana Osiadeyo Ajumabedu the second. Ne unhemfo manhene ahodo ne manhemanom ni mo hye nwumre anopawie kakra bi na meka ifise yen candidate ene de nam no okasa edu se obekasa obeka nema hudu bebre na mempese broni besie me take the sail or the wind rather out of his sail se be ya men kotwintwan na nemu te media no be kitiwese ewum se ahemfo ni ahemafo no mu yen constitution no Ghana mamra no emma kwan se mode mo ho bewura politics ankasemu eye amayosem na mom bibia bekoso ewo ukrum no a udiso hene udiso hema no efa wo ho te du tambia na ama woni so ay montanta kakra se onfa wano nkoto asem mu ana se memfa wano enkotum na me de meka se wa do ani bu na se beboa uman ana uman Ghana umpotem ene Ghana nyina na sefata so do wano betum na waka bi ama ukuru no etumpon na Ghana nyina nso so etumpon na nekasa no waka bebre waka mpuntunjuma ahodo a MPP aban no ayewo region mu menim se yem flag bearer nso bekeka bi aka ho bebre nti mempese betwintwa na nemu mabobo nsem no so na mom emede se nana president one ohemfo munyina mohu se MPP aban ebaye no bono man so enya mfaso kese pa afrimu fa mpuntunwuma hodo a wankasa obobo so ekire yen hey na betimi so akase so bofuka sasie no Rome was not built in a day. Rome krono fefe no nya dakro pena omutimi hihye sa krono sanso na nso no se akwan yayi bebre ani ne ma ahodo a akoso a na manhene obubo so no yayi bebre na mom bebre so edi ekire enam kwa so a eba na ya metimi aka se MPP aban so baaye no development projects ahodo aba no yenyina ye eyewitnesses do mempese me cross between vice president anemu akeka nsem no bebre fize ono so kasa ewo nyemo de betudwa a kyese ya ban no enyi bunoman emfirimu enyi domaman emfirimu ti meja diaka no amano se abotre patience ene wo se yenyina yenya ema aba no na mpuntudwuma hodo a ya hya ase no yebetumi ama ato akoso se ekoto aba no yie ewo December yi a ene bema MPP abananya ahoden foforo e de awie de yenya nwie no de ahya hya yenya nwie na afoforo nso so aba abeka ho meka se metwa so a ahwe na akroso vice president and flag bearer na nsempa opeso de bre House of Chiefs no nti metwa so na yatwa so sabi
Penya bi de chire otu franka ma yamanyu new patriotic party ene ne mpenifo a minimu nyina baaye osiade yo osajefo edu atoshimi no wa we president wo regional house a asaye omahene wo doma ene wa bi de chire robo hene ene me nananom nanahema nomo me de aseda na me de bema mo Madam Wasepa say Mritia yede inkraba say ye flag bearer or say man penia be de chire wo be maka mo ho na mo bantem po mana ye fe na eno so na me de chew pa be fom kakra ze nem say anopai na yemre no de chire kakra nti mi di kan e be pa chew na de ewachi de na menana am se mene mo aka makɔhwɛ soro hɔ mahunu ba bi a motie judicial committee ba bi a ontie nneɛma no bebree na wani mu a na mefrɛ me director sɛbi kakra kura ne nsɛm a mehyɛ wɔnyɛ ne ntɛm mode bill aba yɛyɛ ho adwuma mekɔ a metu hɔ na mɔntɛntɛm na no akɔ ɔmampanin abɛdi akyire nsɛm baako mmienu bi wɔ n'anum a ɔde bɛtu mu anim na ahensɛm no deɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛnim sɛ mɔboa yɛn ma Ghana ɛhyehyɛ ne yie sɛ mu ni hɔ a ban nkoa politics yɛtumi ɛyɛ partnership a yɛhwehwɛ na yɛtumi ama ɔma yɛtu mpono nti mu ho a amendment to the Chieftaincy Act no ma yɛ kakra a ɛbɛba ɛwɔ mo hɔ ɛba a yɛbɛyɛ ho adwuma ebi yɛ saa section 63D no a nananom frɛ wɔ bi ahemfie a ɔmpɛ so ɔba no yɛpɛ sɛ yɛhwɛ ho asɛm asɛm a mode adwuma sɛ sɛ ɛde ma ɛnyɛ nti ɛyɛ ɔmampanin abɛdi akyirɛ ɔbɛma ma so ate aba mo standing committee national yɛde ho nkɔmmɔ nti wodeɛ menkasa ɛnkyɛ ɛyɛ naaseɛ ɛna mede ma mo ana medeɛ somfoɔ deɛ tam bia mofrɛ me a medi akyire ɛnɛ nana woka asɛm so mene no aka mefrɛ no aba no ɔmfa sampa bekum sampa da yakoma so paa bekum sampa kwan no sɛdeɛ woka no ɛyɛ contractor wɔyɛ techimentia bechem techimentia akomadan ɔno ara na yɛba cabinet ɛsɛ ɔnkɔ ɔnyi na equipment nkɔ yɛbɛtwa sɔd na ɛm sɛ ɔmae ɛnna ha me no yɛbɛdi ho adwuma na ɛnyɛ bo apayɔ nti ɛsrɛ wo de aka deɛ yɛbɛyi ano a ɛyɛ ɔmampanin abɛdi akyire ɛbɛyi baako ana mmienu ano na me ma mekasa nwa no mefrɛ me nua dambotwe wagubotwe mo ne yɛ adwuma kyɛ ansa na mantɛm aka no agya mo wowɔ mo nti ɔno a ɔha mede kasamu no bɛba no no wie a ɔda ɔmampanin abɛdi akyire di na ɔde n'ano di sɛm de ato yɛnim nti na aseda ɛna mede baa mede brɛ mo meda mo ase papaapa wagubotwe mede akasamu no ma meda ase
meda ase no. It's not for the vice president. And then a pay for and then a buyer. No, I need you to say, yes, so Yabaha and then. Now, present, a Babachi or no can say, Asetana, Minas, be de Mamono, and I'm so Medabaka home. Me, I'm a Namaba, local government minister, Honorable Martin. Kosa, Ajemensa Kosa. Omapanyi di adwuma nhye nsa. Na madaroma, adwuma na ada ho fiti from 1954. Kwa na otifo de omo twete koma Queen Elizabeth, sa ko Pomo region. Mohai any other places na ko Gonja, Savannah, nyina na yade a na akoso a. Omo no to omapanyi anim. Na ye manifesto no politicians and Yesia Nananom, Yesia Asofo, Yesia Bebre, no maka, say more penny man no ba, no maka, if you are na muka ya, Muyachumina. But wait there. It was in the manifesto of the New Patriotic Party, 2016. Some manifesto, no, you're paying Dr. Baumia, honorary chairman of the manifesto committee. And the medicine, so you had a bako. It was our company said that 3 minutes to say, I have that Yaman for Kumaso. Nana President, Wadama, said the world with him. I'm on your son politics is to pursue policies and programs that will go to upgrade the quality of life of the people. So what this is saying is to see the bar. Now, no one pie ball about now you're up a power. Now implement here. I didn't put to about Uncle and a money in a Benya sample to him. Sa Bosha is saying, Manifesto Committee, they are now got about me down and no father by Oyeno. Ampa Oyamadi Bem. And now Oyamadi Babuswa and Nanam Madama. Monsa say the Munipano na yebe bi akoha na bi akoha. Sanya mo pa ma futuo eda we mu yebamu so many times. Ma futuo de ma kwa nkyere a anka yenti ba anyesa. Etna ese yabahan. Meso medama se bebe se bu so ensa na mo buaye ma asumdwe ba boko asese sade no kwayensi banana na masa atka kakra say aya na yesi create 6 new regions. In actual fact and legally we created 10 new regions. All many of the benefits ni nyina ka the existing regions. Na region efimia left side Sankore Egbo no afọ sa be fa go so from Gambia no ba ha no akofa Sampa na wo hodo mani abefa ha ni akote chiman Kentampo akopia tebubu kejiji kwabe down so one regional minister yenyina one regional director of health yenyina one regional director of education yenyina one regional director of federal roads one regional director of urban roads one regional director of highways de kaka hu nyina one representative our council of state nadanom de beka nyina nadanom ahemfo 5 enum na na called National House of Chiefs. That was the state before 2019. Enam ehihye papa apamo na na kufo Dr. Bawumia ne mo share in the manifesto na odi suntini na na sese ye kase wadaroma the same land size instead of 5 members to National House of Chiefs they say you were 15 the same land size asase no sabe ebi meka ho but enam san hye the constitution maintain I have for 5 regional House of Chiefs 5 chiefs our National House of Chiefs Bono nadanom 5 our National House of Chiefs Bono is nadanom 5 our National House of Chiefs na kabo one council of state and the representative nyina say miensa ba ko represent ahafo nadanom ba ko represent ewo Bono ana ba ko so represent ewo Bono is ena osha the structures na ebaaye no obia regional police commanders miensa regional police commanders say miensa it is say ye ka physically ye kwan no a yes why are there efe banana sabe wonu ba ya adwene say what the structures and the systems to wa eyafibol what the structures and the systems to wa eyafibol and you say be obi ba oh meye we na why ye oh ya efe eye but they say there say ye che schools a na say ye che akwa region bi a de nanka ba ko beba Bono hafo no say miensa de beba ha ye committee a ye say region bi a regional chairman na o hai minister na o hai cabinet ye say region bi afa critical roads ne dey emra anka na kane na anka one critical road Bono hafo say a 3 different groups of critical roads which means that ye the system atoa eto ye paying Dr. Bawumia Yusuwedi the trajectory of development Afribo I don't know the kese pa na na do dankwa akufo de Dr. Bawumia obaye amaye ewo ha because now bibia ne nya na baako in terms of development it has now been multiplied by 3 eti abambia beba nkaka Dr. Bawumia ono a eka ho na ya manifesto with this we ebeko so pepepe new universities are ye tete bibia eno so obia benya ne de na nia munuanom nana ewa ahafo akodie ya body sa pepepe it is important na nana when yetie wo kasa yetie bafutuo eyo pepa bo pese omano yakoso ye the politicians yaka be kasa ya pese eto abama yentia na ye ne ya sofo edin kobonde nananum ye sure say school fees are ye tuetue nananum so nkofo ba mo nan so say ye hia school fees ama mo so ewo say akonwa no ibi ansa na fie ba do so boboa wo ha so obi la hospital nana obi awo say asemasi de aba himfie obi bakro na onya babi na obekwa himfie eti we understand say your common idea eda ye ntam say ebehwe na ye ma ne ye nkrofo nyina atimagida say na na okaye no say ebu ma no na ye mu ni ya eda na e masase ye mo munipa na ye hwe mo so eti eno ekakaye eti yebu the tradition of our party fitted in Moabo Bap of the Buzia. When the Niama or ye or by DC, never trefa hinsam honia, ye boo a hinsam. Ye say ye are partners of development. Let him say be penny cassa, Obasan at the Atuja. It's not an idea that was one Yama, Uto really can't die, so a home, a quanya, a guso, a ye, because ye. Number 7 says, Timu Beyonce, say about development, the pan in Punto dia. A buyer, what bar, what set a standard, no creative systems, any structures. I remember in Punto, I will boom mema cosupa dear. And for that, but I wouldn't know half for any boom is there, MPP Abaya. And Dr. Bamuya Abdano. We have laid the foundation. We have created the systems. We have created the structures for forever development. Our target is a becoso triple. Sa. That's how you follow and you go to share. Nana, your party there, Bono region, Modia. I see a share near ye Niama, Nasa, Ayokofana, a costu team, near the Cardia, Yenia, Moba, and more far from the Buzianum ye. And Yashua buy a guswa ye. Now, you hear Nipa Sabidana Mudia de 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Wafabi bedi, or you do baby, or you say. A Tanabia, what you mean for Wafodi Candy or ya, I'm a fra Wafa Odysseus. Nemo, we are and was shabby womb, not the atwaso. Yamin Chadi. Your penny, Oshia dear, your penny, or Ben Huase. The penny, Sabi, or no sonity mono, and a monpab, also on our Kutan in him, dear, and an adrenal. Or did he say, Yamiason die a pa, Muson Mua, also between the Abua, a movugana forward, more. Nehojo. And so, or you're very firm and disciplined. Nehojo, but or you're very focused. Nana, or you'll be a sa meeting a ye, and I'll catch a soffer. Say, or because we're share a him for near soffer, because you are the custodians of the people spiritually and physically. It's going to be part of his governance. And then open to meeting that Kakenwabaha. By about there regularly, he's going to do it. Sadipa Nana, a year, Yadanaba, the best Dr. Bamuya, and the Bekasa. Nana Bedabas.
You know, me da say, Nana, or see a day yo, Sajifo, Ajaman Bedu, the second. Nananum, regional minister, minister for chieftaincy and religious affairs, minister for employment, labor relations, and pensions, your national chairman, New Patriotic Party, regional chairman, the campaign chairman, Honorable Dambuchi. In paying for Umadimi Baha, Nananum Michia Munina. But then Yamias say, and ne Mwajimi Fefe say, Yamin Shiramo. Mina Mikita Franca Emma New Patriotic Party. Say year 2024 election, mini presidential candidate. Ain't my shares here, air bompire, air bo aproso. Say Ghana for the 2 million by mammy. Mako Eastern region, Mako Western region, Mako Western North, Mako Ahafu region. And then Mabedu Bono region. Meso me bae no minim se asase no enda hokwa e woni wura enti me bobo apro ha kise me ba munai mu ebe sre se momba me kwan na menje mu hira na menkoye menkobo apro wo masase so enti na me bae ye nyina ye nim se Nyame na osi hene enye nipa na enti media Ushe Mabraboa said, maybe Jinaha said, me a vice president as Bank of Ghana. Kwambi amefa ha abejinahano. Media minim say, nyame chadiena ebanosa. Enyemi na me. Ushe Mabraboa nananum. Me makodo by day pen. My taxi driver pen. My cleaner. Me cleaning dormitories for Canada pen. Jessica Buami addition. Inti media the entire me wo hano nyame ninshira na obi kwan maami. Inti na me campaign no. My campaign slogan no it is possible. It is possible. Nyame with God's grace no everything is possible. Inti na epese me bana me besre moshira na me mpae but because yan him for there ye gidi say mo ben nyame chen ye inti mo bom mpae a nyame so obetie mu nananom the entire MPP omuyi me say membeye frankatuni no Mimi Gidi say free ejuma me as vice president Emma Omangana ejuma me Emma yeko MPP so Ushe MPP ejuma ya beye efie 7 years near yewo government efie na yeko sese no ya ye ejuma no bebre enye ejuma ne nyina na yewie yo ebi wo ho se ye nka ho enti na mepese metoaso na membe ye ejuma no but ohwe ejuma ya ye no ebebre di mfaso aba Ghana man ye de free senior high school ibaye aboa nipa bebre region bia enya free SHS no faso yen koda no bebre to make school first no senior high school no na 800,000 and then about 1.4 million students and na omoko senior high school omoko no free so eka ho omoso adisuana omosuana omochro exams no omo bomodin pa omo results no better essay first no a said ye no into free SHS no kosu ye the technical and vocational education so abeka ho because ya invested in technical and vocational education ya baya ya the highest investment in technical and vocational education in the history of Ghana. The last 7 years, the 6 billion Ghana cedis are invested in technical and vocational education. Abebuaing and the free TVET so abekao. The STEM schools so aba Ghana ha ya share se STEM schools. Nananum ushe ye agric ye kwiafo ejuma ene ye industry ya bomoding as far as NPP is concerned, because we share said the Equiafo Juma Econo, a great production no and is much higher than before. Rice imports up down by 45%. Reduced rice imports up down by 45%. Now other products no so also in terms of productivity. The same as industry and also koso. Ushe ejuma yedi timidia bagana. No government in the history of Ghana are creating more jobs than the MPP government. 2.1 million jobs in 7 years. Ebin sida. But here say ye creating more because ye member no omodoso. And he who create here, ya 100,000 health personnel, 100,000 teachers. Now dear, all documented, but they still need for more. Inti na nyamiadum me pese me tuaso na ye timiye ejuma no ema me ejuma maye abebua me man penyin ene ya ban da omodi share me nsa se me nhwe so na enkoso ma ye bebre nananom Ghana card yetimi aye me de isa ejuma no ye issue 17.6 million Ghana cards ene akorampo a yewo no wo hospital no odine ko way in ene a yebema no Ghana card number yebema no birth certificate number so account ebin see da wa Ghana ha sana ye no wa brochire sana ye dia ba Ghana so nananom ohwe so a apart from Ghana card no so Ghana say bibia or digital address first no na entesa ne uhwehwe bibia obetimi akoho without any problem ema o digital address no so a uhwe so a ene ye the mobile money interoperability aba utimi money sika free one telephone company akọ another utimi money sika so free bank account ego momo free momo ego bank account mo na entesa o yene yede bae and we are the first country in the whole of Africa it me yes adie no other country it me yes adie no ene uko hospital ye digitizing hospital records all teaching hospitals all regional hospitals all district hospitals so far total and Germany cost about over 300 hospitals hrese obia records ewo computer so yet transfer you wo from Sunyane Echo Koleboa omo here o files biom o folder in here biom oma Kolebu o number omo bosso na o file no at the computer so we free tamale eba Sunyane a saane tie wa eko Kumasia saane tie obia hospital records say who teaching regional district hospitals ningina at the computer so say so first no be connect say o folder ayira yentimi nhu folder no ebi age so otua bribe na wetimi aye say embanasa so yeah hospital networking e-health Mohammed Dishie Ajiman Kweko Ajiman Meno ena OLED healthcare e-health project no at the Ministry of Health na eba so na yetimi ye another idea me de buy agenda 111 say you make sure say every district will hospital and also a coso as we speak the one constituency one ambulance so buy and also a ye juma me the zip line drones abaye Ghana ha sa zip line drones no drones are eddy draw vaccines moja na nipa remote areas of Ghana sa zipline drones no there was 6 centers of Ghana juma deliver medicines ne blood ne vaccines to 2,800 health facilities in Ghana 2,800 and each of the 6 centers is about an average of 100 flights every day. Inti Abema Ghana aye the highest medical drone delivery service in the whole of the world. The world in Ghana is leading in drone delivery service. The whole world. Nancy Anche Omobefa Ghanaian from Ghana ako San Francisco. Echo lead team B was San Francisco in drone flights from Ghana. Now, Usha, we are in the leadership position, and Ebebwa. So we now and all the drone centers, 100% manned by Ghanaians, 100%. Abrofobako eniho. Ghanaians onkwa no eye ehojuma into drones no. Aba ebebwa empa Ghana ha nananom ene ye the mobile money interoperability aba said they make high no ye the ene so ubetimi ato electricity wo mobile phones eboa ni papa obetumi and renew national health insurance or mobile phones unko bibia enkoye eno so ebua ni papa na ye juma ye ne ye the one student one laptop aba enti ohwa ye ejuma bebre di mfaso eba Ghana for ho nananum ohwe Bono region na see so far 137 classroom blocks so far 9 health centers 3 hospitals rural telephony 50 communities extended 1 airport 20 chiefs compounds 4 court buildings you see so far in Bono so far first no it wasn't the case in many respects. President of House of Chiefs, Siadeo Achimambedu, now Tosom, you know, all Casano, or Bo Sem B, say Yen Sheso, and which is very true. Airport, no, Yaye, Ampa, but Aka phase 2, said in Anaka, you know, and phase 2, no, so Ebabaso. So, Yami Adum, Yabeshe na Abaso. But mom making sure, say, mom making me president, na Abaso Amamo. You better upgrade the teaching hospital. Now, here, equipment to bring it to that status of a teaching hospital. And it's just now that the instrument, Abaso, to make it a teaching hospital. But we need to equip it properly to become a teaching of hospital. And also, UENR and also that in terms of accommodation problem, no mefiha may call anyway, may call program or UENR, and I will look at and speak to them about it. Brekum Sampa Kwine also is a very, very critical road. Many contractor, Rangold, Yakasa, many Minister of Finance, just a few days ago, and do 1 week, Melano Sukasaya, about executing Brekum Sampa Road. So it is clear the strategy to execute it is in place. So media, it is not going to be long. Omobe started. Yeah, chairman said Monday, Omoba. So Nyamiadum, let us expect them to come in and start that Brekum Sampa Road. We've got it's a very important road. Inti Asema Yura Asensukai, I'm sure. Many contractor na Akasa, many Minister of Finance so Akasa about making sure that the monies for the road are released for the contractor. So in Yamiadum, we will work on that road. So as far as they are telling me, Yabeye na Abaso Amamo. They also Nana about roofing challenges biwaha. So Asabi and between you and the Minister for Local Government, you should cause our Martin. Let us deal with these roofing challenges. No, footwords no so out there, mammy about running mate no so actor asopam. You bet na ya medasi. Edasi. Nanom na nyame adom na dienti na mepese mebedi omampanyin wa Ghana. Nyame adom na menya saa kwanya mepese medi nsesan so eba. I said adia some of the policies are wa Ghana. Mepese ye elevate agric wa Ghana. Is any critical issue so mechanization of agriculture, commercial agric and irrigation, those 3 elements the technology mechanized agric na yabua yekuya for with access to credit facilities you betimia expand agriculture. The tosumi Mrs. said air koso wa Ghana electricity and the cost of electricity. Electricity bill no was sorrow. The NTA was sorrow in saying, you see many liquid fuels to generate our electricity. So oil prices echo up. Now so your electricity bill echo up. Your transport fares echo up. Any problem with Middle Easter, now we are paying for it with higher transport prices, higher electricity prices. Adia me pese say Ghana yen shifty away from these liquid fuels no yen ko solar power. Nyame edi ewiye ache. So let's get the solar power and move towards solar power. My idea and say the next 4 years let us implement a generation of 2,000 megawatts of solar power. The technology is there and the people are ready to implement it. And liquid fuels we generate here 14 cents per kilowatt hour. And if you use solar, no, about 7 cents or less of per kilowatt hour. And power. Cost of electricity ebaba form na yina enya na home faso na the toso no so said me pese yedi insisai bi ba na interest rates are businesses omutua no ebaba form because interest rates no businesses etuasisi no e wo sorododo na de be na ye be ye asesa na interest rates no ebaba form ade me no a me pese ye no. Number one, a government expenditure. Government expenditure, just say in a platform and replace it with private sector. Private sector can undertake a lot of things our government here, including schools, dormitories, classrooms, including roads. Cote d'Ivoire, you see how the private sector is building roads. Your problem necessary every time BBR government per se a year. But your private sector, ebe boy baby. Intina make say per se ye empower the private sector. O call Legon, o call tech, say the students are sleeping in dormitory hostels. Hostels, no, they are built by the private sector. Yet my private sector. I build it, see some infrastructure, especially for example, get fund. I bet me my private sector. I see infrastructure na omutia kakra every month. The private sector. So you don't have to bring all the money at once, and then you can lease or rent these buildings to own them after say 15 or 20 years. But once private sector is assured that government ever rent here, they will build those buildings. So, and the same thing, many schools, any school buses, many nursing training colleges, it's the same problem. Why do you go to try to buy all these buses at a go with cash up front? Your call leasing buses now. We don't have to expend the cash up front. We'll lease the buses for the schools and then pay the companies bit by bit, then everybody will get, and then we don't have to put pressure on it. So me per se, once we do that, government doesn't have to borrow all the time to finance a lot of this expenditure, and it's a lot. And when government and finances our expenditure, then the pressure on interest rates so beba form. No. So me per se me de bano, and no the Abia this year na ebit me share here. But we share approach remind ma omo ye tuya obi $1,000 otimi toniema up to $10,000 sana etie because omo credit system obi etimi nya credit na credit system a omo wo no de ntie omo timi nya sa credit no ne saying ye yo bibi a ye friend no credit scoring system. Obia wo credit score. Ye showa utimi tuya ye mao loan na utimi tuya na o credit ye year ye betimi ama sa credit no ebi mu wo ho omo loan na omo akọ di sa sika no omo mfa nye ejuma omo ntumi ntua loan no na omo credit score aba form so the entire na Ghana yentumi nya credit scoring no na ye ni systems no your data no enye integrated ye ni national ID address system ni nyina na a problem but say Ghana yetimi anya sa data systems no said na Euraja Dambocho Ekana, you put in place the systems, Ghana card system, and all of that. You integrated databases, no, and now Ghana card is integrated with your bank account, with your SIM card, NHIS, your GRA. Ningina is integrated, your SNIT, Ningina is integrated, DVLA, passport, Ningina, we are integrating it with the Ghana card. Enti ubetimianya information on everybody. Enti nyamiadum nananom this year Ghana started credit scoring system for the first time in our history. Obia benya credit score so ko bobisia bank be hu say we dey me man loan a obetimi atoya we dey ontimi ntua na interest rate no so ebetimi aba form. Na dey toso a me pese since I me pese me de ba Ghana no a tax system. Your tax system you want you're inheriting from independence. So our tax system no so complicated. Untiminti as properly na utina ho na GRA Abreu tax bill. Unti as how the tax bill comes about. Na when we a business person you better short or shop mo na omodi offices but now shop no mo share adia oton and all of that na you get it for individuals in a tax system no a complicated ma omo enti mitana sina me dream driven system na ebe boa Ghana me share systems nyina wo we asi ha me hu say Estonia omun number 1 Estonia or might be a friend of Estonia we are seeing the last 10 years tax system juma ni omunipa omuni number 1 the whole world last 10 years every year omuye number 1 enti many team sorry ko the ko Estonia ko share adia omoye no omo system no ye simple a flat tax system said the otuya or tight no or church no a 10% or be to 10% the same system so a simple keke so obia only the accountants and be calculated with tax bill because a 10% a 10% na obi so a compliance no ye high enti me per se yedi sa flat tax system no e bagana ha from 2025 it also so and then many companies ni individuals were issues with GRA as far as tax obligations econo enti ye be share 2025 the new tax system aba me the tax amnesty be share in 2025 so that obia business and our individual will have no tax obligations to the GRA. Now you are starting afresh from 2025. Everybody knows from 2025 going, it is 1% of your income, and that is the end of it. And I know your import duty regime, no, so me per se yes, sir. Import duty regime, no, me per se yes, sir. We should say, see, and then problem I ever no saying. Nipa bebre omo the smuggling niema through Togo na omo de ba Ghana because omo se Togo omo duty ne e form chain Ghana dear no so smuggling koso through Togo ba Ghana na me pese yes the 2 new policies import duty no because import duty no ema niema bo e kosoro wo ye markets no. So obi kokra niema no ba. There's uncertainty. Onim ebedua say na mebetua duty no. And it is not certain. Obekra niema no na odwen say obetua 1,000 cedis as duty. Ebedua omebeti me ama o bill 1,500. Na onti ase. Enti mepe say ye wo predictability in the import duty regime. So ye pese ye call flat rate system in the import duty regime in cities. Flat rate system in cities. So all the spare parts bar for example, you bet me I said the flat rate for 40-foot container for spare parts is 20,000 cedis. Bill no. So at time ukra spare parts no eba no. Unim say ebedu ha ubetuya 20,000 cedis. Ensesa. A 20-foot container 10,000 cedis. So a simple understanding in cities. So then it's simple. You benya more tax revenue. You benya more tax compliance. Unko enye kululu ni customer officer say we die manemba from a straightforward tax bill na obetua import duty na obetua because say the no because there's no predictability no yen edua before no omo yi niema wo port no omo ko ejemo a na omo kodu dwemo a na omo de tikaso aka ho niema no bo ho and omo ton niema no so a omo twin me na me ko kra niema duty no ebe sen no mo se ebia na akosoro enti na omo de sika bi aka ho so na de nyina enye dwuma magana enti na mepese ye no predictable. Second policy a mede ba no me hwe Togo a ye pese ye fat new policy ba so that Togo duty cannot be higher than Ghana duty. We will align our duties to the Lomé port. We will be lower or the same as Lomé. Enti ye no sana smuggling no air cut through Lomé no embassy, and then we will have very, very simple. So with the tax amnesty eba, with the new import duty regime, so eba the eba business people and individuals and all of that. Nananom the etoso me pese me yeno digitalization of the land registration and land titling in Ghana. Only say problems were many jurisdictions were land disputes ye edoso. Nananom ye digitalization no ebebo amunyina pa. So mo asase no we will do the mapping of all the land. So mobile phones so ubetumi hu say asase we this plot this is the owner. So and yes cover land guards. Everybody will know say ownership no it resides here. And so we will put all the land digitalization no so it's a major project me pese me here and it will say ye no ebeboa Ghana nyina because say mortgage market is not developing because of problems with land title and all of that. Nana only more than anybody else as a judge the issues. Yet also nana me pese ye no yes management of natural resources were Ghana. The natural resources are gold, diamonds, now the bauxite no more. Say you know, say the air corner, yenyam for swim frimu. The nature of the regime, abrafoni na umu nya more benefits every yen. Enti ye pese ye sisan regime no. Sign a sisan regime. Oh sure. Let's take gold for example. Ghana ha ye wo so much unexplored gold. So much. We share from Axim Winneba all the way to Laura Nangodi, Honua. Geological Survey Department say there's 48,000 square kilometers of gold that is not yet been explored. Me say So 48,000 square kilometers here is about the geological survey estimates that is about 5 billion ounces of gold. 5 billion ounces here, so a $10 trillion. 10 trillion. So it's massive. Even 5% of that changes the full life of Ghanaians. Just 5%. So at there, the unexplored gold, Yamma Geological Survey Department, the support, almost here about $10 million a year. Yamma UMAT and other universities are almost mineral exploration expertise. Yamma almost support, and they go into the mineral exploration. Sa mineral new discoveries those concessions, they should go 100%. Those concessions should go to Ghanaians. 100%. Yamfama Ghanaians. We should have 100% ownership of those resources. And the concessions are Manoso. Is the new system the chiefs must be involved in the licensing and all of that. Those people who are going to be mining in those areas. At the moment, we are not really involving the chiefs, and that is a problem in that area. So, and then we should insist on processing these minerals in Ghana. We should insist, as a matter of policy, of processing these minerals in Ghana. That creates jobs, adds value. So, me say change paradigm ningina na yenye adia ebebuayen. Nananom and the chieftaincy sector said the chieftaincy minister Ekano. Ye pese ye ushe said ye ko Ghana noa. Ye big mistake be over the years. Ye amfa ahimfo ambua government in the governance of this country. And that has been a big mistake. The chiefs have been almost sidelined in the governance of our country. But Ushe said Ghana Tienoa, the chiefs are very important in the governance of the country. So you want to empower the chiefs. The policies solve the problems before they even get into the court system, to burden and clog the court system. Enti Yenya June say review section 63D of the Chieftaincy Act and empower the chiefs more to help. And not only empower them on paper, empower them with resources, with money. The chiefs, the paramount chiefs, the queen mothers. Now I want us to add the divisional chiefs in the payment of allowances. And we want to add the divisional chiefs so that, and the allowances that the manifesto committee is recommending, they are calling it living allowances, because and then 1,000 cedis to the paramount chiefs. They can't even buy ice water with it before it finishes. So it's a major issue, and they've convinced me that you're making a living allowances. If we are serious, per se, chiefs, partners in the development of this country, then we need to give the policies, the resources. So we also want to partner with the churches. The churches are major development partners in this country. And we haven't used the churches properly. The Nimdia Ewa churches no more. It's massive. The churches and the faith-based organizations. We are always concerned about our external development partners. All sorts of incentives and concessions. But our internal development partners, the biggest one are the churches and the faith-based organizations. Schools are churches almost here. Hospitals are almost here. Universities are almost here. Then you will know that if we are giving these sorts of incentives to the external development partners, let's give the same sort of incentives to the churches and the faith-based organizations, and they can do more for us in terms of schools, in terms of hospitals, in terms of universities, so that Ghana can move forward. So, faith-based organizations, kaboom, because in areas of discipline, values, and all of that, churches, omotime buagana, faith-based organizations, omotime buagana pa. They toso nananoma me pese ye me adum me pese persons with disabilities. There are not that many, but they are very important. I mean, but totally, you are talking of close to 2 million people who have disabilities. There are many, and very important. Close to 2 million people. But those who rise up to get to tertiary education level are not as many. But I'm bringing in a policy of free tertiary education for persons with disabilities. Now you no more to school, and then we can help all of that. We think we can benefit from tourism, from sports. Investment in sports can reduce unemployment, and creative arts. And no. I know, sir, you are concerned about LGBTQ issues, and also under my government. Embasso, it will never happen. Our values as Africans, we have to maintain those values, our traditional values, our religious values. So, and no, we will not countenance it, and we'll make sure it doesn't happen. No, we just a few ideas are my bottofa. But real manifesto no enam kwan so eba ye de bema mu nyina na mehu medamo asepa se mo amayen akwanya metimi akasa nyame nhira mu nyina bako meda ase.
Yo, nananom sabre mampanyin eba de chire ade ne kasa na ba na wieye nsem bebre na okaye eye adwuma na ban aye na ban gusu a oye na fe na nso ade hunu nyanti a sabre opre se na no festi anema no na fe oni Ghana nim no oni na atu ya nim nananom sabre yi na president adawroma ebie kwan ato na fe Sema, my panya by the chile. On an empire for Kayana, so over home as a bisabi, over home as a debby, to see be, and now a foot to a beer. Sabre, Merena Bie. Nananom paying for the can't tell me now, so say, my panya by the chin and you man a dorson. Until Yabena, 10 times ever yabina quite one a jumaso. Nananom, they didn't can nana a hemafono, a time and now to say. Bense misani nyina barisa adama eye odene ho akosua fimada ben a otosumi no da mama hema so ne begina omana mu na fei abisa nananom be question na se bense misana mabe ba tona na wiya na fei nananom amahene so drama so
MC Midase ye president awuti adwam osage force ade ya agiman bedu awutosumi no woni wa bedi akire nana mama hene nuya na mama hema ye mampanyin abedi akire anne wo ne wodom atoye ha nuya na mama hema afọ de asema no ne nsanua mema na so beka be de nti we de me ka mama no mampanyin wo na roma wo ba ye waka bi ye tie ne yeso ye wo haw ya haw ne se ma no ya na ho kire wa yeso kese nti yesra o se sika na mo de ma ye house wa sika ni so 800 Ghana minjina he de mama enya nhwe sa ni nua no so enya be hwe nti yesra se wa na roma ya nka se mo increase ni ye ni na ho de be ka ho nti ya wa da roma ye sa just bibi dia ma ho se nka be ye yi a ahema afọ no nka ho ma ye 2000 every month ne nka me ma no so wonya na 3000 sanse ye ntin ne me ma na de enya pe ye de 2 mi ama be nti andanwo ma 800 ne de ho de ma ye ne de ai se de ho di ye ho agro ese ye ka na ye kese ne ye nim wa so free ba bia wada ho ma wa ye boa ma wo ba mo na de ye be boa ye guso na emo ma nkan fo no tere nto aso na wo be ya ma ye ne be ma ye so ye be hu na ye be ya ye be to aba na ma ne nti ye sra na edi kan no na etoso mienu ye hu se eduru ba bia ahemfo ni ahemafo we de me ka ma ye nyina ye tu kwan a ye nim sa ye mfono bi wo Ghana ha eye paramount hu asem ne meka amanye no binum be tu kwan na nnuanom bi ne memma no hu se be gra diplomatic passport but ye hey free president so ebeka ya members wo house wa ye mu bia ni bi wo Bono region ha enti me sra o mampanyina be de akire one me andse president Akufo-Addo enkasa chieftaincy minister Bobechi dom ni diplomatic passport no momu aye ni yenya bi no du airport ahoro no hwe na ahema foi ya san lai wo wa ya na nye ubewu san kran ketenkete abrofo bi no baby sabisa wonsensem ene eniamo ho na niema utpita diplomatic so a ne ministers bi etu kwan ye duru wona we be lai ne be wo yeso ye lai be lai se be ko ani ye de be ma ye gina wa nyame amwo akura no be fa no ube pia bontene na akwa aja ube da akọ ebisukura woni nkuru nti ho mo aye ni diplomatic passport no monye bi maye ne yeso ye ntimo ndenda ne ye nkunkuru ne ye ngusa ye firi Ghana no ko ba bi ya be wo bi sa ne ye nibia ha adwene na etoso me ensa wada ho ma we de mi bi sa wa mu ne nkasa fa ma president sanse ni nse we de wa ho de ne beso ye ko ba bi ya ye nibas nti wo yesraw card ye nim se wo yi Benz free wa Toyota ne go yesraw eye Coaster Toyota Coaster anya hwe no efanipa 32 ayema afọ ye ko ba bi ne amahema afọ ye tima ne ye de division akakra bi aka ye ho ne ye mua ye duru ne da bi ya ye ko ba bi ya ne ye na ne ye stress bus GPRT4 ne ba ko ma ka dada utu free ya unudu ya nkwanta no ka ase enye ye ninguase said ye dibre na du ne tumi na ekura ye eso ana hunu ma honya bibi man ye so ya hwe ho de aboa ho na wanya hwe amaye de ne ye ko ba bi ye ka akosai no be hunu minister bi otwam ne convoy Land Cruiser Lexus be yensia na oso kura 204 so 203 Asensi Johnson no you say the minister convoy ko no won wanterewa obi say minister be kan central na hunu ma be fie wo fie na 70 years ho Costa de mba we de mesra ninsa wa ubetima atonfa nkoma mampanyin bebi mai ne yako baabi ya yemfansia yako baabi ya de akọ ne yasane de amahane ahane ne yahwe kwana ne baabi ya hoye baabi ya honye yempa ma wa hane ba de ko ba anya hwe no ye benya sika ma yeso ye confess no mu ayeduru ne yako ayi ase ne programmer yetima abanansa ne ke bese ye kwoti ya mampanyin ne yire wuye ya mampanyin dada akofo ye nyaka tie ye ne yentima nkobi only few of us near team Kokotiano. Ebas also so a nefe. Until we dear, me mankas angward, mea mba, how we are vice president of the republic. Messer of the coast and any more new ya to suffer, no member and to brain new tear robber, no member measure. That's
you another my that was be Nana said the American Kayeno. It's a Missan Honey, the Missan in a better can I call. Na fe ni nyina kwawia na amampan ba de akire ne mpanyimfo ayia no
Your Excellency, welcome to Bono region. Nana President, what aroma? Mejina hona mabisa. Say Nana President ya sema okan ya no ba bibi wo wi free bi ahono wantimi antwere. Sampa curfew sem no wanga hwe meninsa ya wi free na ohia yinti ne mekayo afi so aya na obribu ahe ya ma wa kwa ba wo yefie ha wa ba ho modene pa kwana wo faso no nanam kasa wa radio so ya ma wa kwa ba Yewura Vice President de yate na de ye mu binim ne se sampanzenzem inti resec dissect ba tu bani ba si ye binim yeso se ye ka ho asem di ya yo atamfo ya ma security fo mbre mi na ye ka sai ba cha otebono kama mbre mi na ye ka sai menyo hwe nso regional police command fo ba twuma samango isanse ma aka no kura fa samba asem na me no kura bia ni ho ne mani behu a manu betimi aka meja ikada jese tire we firi so enti minim se obema muaye enti no mempese meka bia ka ho na o mamuaye no wie na ankom sɛ deɛ ɛsɛ sɛ ɛkɔ a mede bi ba abɛka ho na metia wadwene deɛ nti a meka wo hɔ ne sɛ menim sɛ wo na woyɛ chairman of the police council nti sɛ bɛuse polisifoɔ ɛde intimidate nananom ɛwɔ ahensɛm ho a na sɛ bi ne fa bi no wodin ne bɛde bɛyɛ saa adwuma no na mpanimfoɔ no bɛka bɛde wodin bɛto bo a pombo nyini ɔpa gyare nti so de ma wo meda wa no ase
Mr. Vice President, Nana Vice, Nana Honorable Ministers, name penny for one year. Medical Mama Cover, loyalty, more cover. We saw some antiquity, Deputy Attorney General. Mr. President, I'm the past Okasa about agriculture, say idea of Pesodia pa. Miami Crow Wenchi. You can't agree with Ghana Memoir. Your animal research or crop research. Ghana has our agri college, our bay over 400 students. So 1D1FE, a buy, say when you can a cashew, Ghana can stamper any any to cashew pa. So 1D1FE, there be a many more office. Me, I do more Ghana Standards Authority. Meet me well list in some about when she went to she. Say MPP are buying papa, na when she mine to my 1D1F back and I'm cashew your wapa and so. About the cashew, our bad, there be a wasting main products, no, nuts, no, quana, but free for co. And so called meme say, I'm the cashew near brandy. I have for export. See, Mr. President, Mesro, I hear 1D1FE, say, be one best went to my swa, Mesro pa say, do me a cashew factory back home. Now, yes, we process a cashew no be. And my bono went to my yes, scanny bin car. Then, yes, I abribia export on Quais and say, Sa cashew, I be signed him there wine and a fruit juice. So brave, you know, main a Yankasa Yamanico waste. And I can crab in the best also when Chia Quay. A transit route pa about Burkina and Niger for na Casa Casebre route no Facoso. And so Udira when Chiquay. When he sent me president Acadius or semi boy, son say, acquire international route or Mufasopa. Udira when Chiquano and yen. As far as Omotiche when she asked for Baco cry and yabi. Yes, you want a casa can say na Fako wa, Fako Bokina ni Bibia. Mr. President, Meta was baby, number straw. Say, out to any amount went to mine. Now, Bosomeka crackano, Mosomosh Manisha, and I'm mobile. My bang by went to my dear Yentimon Kakra, to mess sermon. Kakramo by Munyama went to my son, so a better must be, Mr. President.
Nana President, me dase. Nana nom. Me nuanom ahemafo. Ene ye da sonkoma ye. Ye ni age. Ye ni je da chese. Ye ba osan ye Vice President. Ne ohwe broni beka sa ne schedule. Watumi enya adaje ene ya beche na ni suade hu. Nana no makabi. Baby o de pa ne wa outline and nani swadi hunu nyina na order obeye changes kakra ewo constitution mu concerning Chieftaincy Act no baby a nananom frɛ na ba ma na aye bibio ho no ye de pa sabi ye mai ya ne ye ne won ho odu baby asɛm a yebetumi a resolve ne easily na obi atumi aye ni amho acha na nanom kra from yam pa namba ti hono on taking it serious wo be. Secondly, or say or be pese or be natural resource no, there is the need so be to me a day and system be abem and it is so or be no or the nananom beka ho ampa Chieftaincy Act no chieftaincy chief bia ayo hene ene hima na hima na edu ba bia na be de ahye kakra ye besre no omomwede nhwe ho or the yema ne ka ho na the ahema afo no the whole Ghana na the bisuma ka ho na ehwa asi fefefe na ne me de betwa to ne se ba ko a mesre ne se ye de ye bisadie bi through Chieftaincy Minister, ya debato National House of Chiefs, na minimsa nananom eni dieso, womu buboso, ya peye Chamber of Queen Mothers. Ya se, ya pese ya Agent of Development, hono mununsa waswano, ebe tentem, achen, sesi ya niyewewe, eti, hono onchro mae, Chamber of Queen Mothers in the nation. Yada na se bebre ne waka no ensesa wom pa ne yanim se ne nsaka obeya amaye ya na nanom yesre se ne waka eya ne jesemi ne nsabeka na watumi aye ne o ka kire yada na se bebre yada na se
Nana President, with the Major Mark Kakran. Nanya Mika, no, and I'm say, local government to head na on Muna, Melchima Semono, a national Washia May. Near Yahoo say, a near war administrative boundaries and traditional boundaries. Say, Yachimus and Abiana district be wa. Yabechano na and Krobia war one the same district, no. Nebiana Nensa Sibi Asan Kodi another district. Ntiabata says our district no yan and Shishaya. Na other Krona Nensa Kodi sa district no onim hunim debia na feno ye de ensembi omabo hopo omasusu no this district na onim Shishaya ewo sa district no. Ntiabasre say ye wo administrative boundary near what traditional boundaries no. Basa ye shebia eye krobi asase akodi another district eya omo emma sa kro no enhu enhyehyɛ a omo ye na se basa enema bi wo mu a omo huni a ewo se omutu anamo fa ho sense ebehwe na asase a wote so no na ye dwuma bi wo ho a ono akasa no onim na nam sa akodi different district mu ntina na onim ho enhyehyɛ ye besa pa se Sasa no mo ya eya moma nanan mo ensase akodi district from no omo ente no mo hu enhye a ewo ho bedawas
yo nanan me dawas bebre se de ndi kan ye no mampanya be de akire nyu ne doso bebre ne se enti no
Nana President, Vice President, but your workers have been okay, Oba, what is she share beba? A beboa, queer. But maybe say, Ghana, Cashew, one of the leading cash crop. Abeka kuku. Timpacha Oba, Nchisha, or the beba, I didn't put you a beba queer no. Cocoa, any cashew, share bang, and I or ever home. I didn't put you about cocoa, any cashew. I'm a gun sikasan, a Timiaco anymore. But that's
yo, Nana no Medamase, Sabre, and the council. Nana President, I didn't think it's a bit to an affair on my penabody actually.
Yo, with us, the Mahima Okaye say Yema 2000 Ghana cedis Sika Yerema Ahimano. So from 800 Ningina Yebeko ye numbers no ashe said Yebeko, but Yaka say we want to pay living wages. That is part allowance, sorry. That is part of the manifesto Ayedeba inti Yebe share how much we pay. Diplomatic passports no so is an important issue. Odiaba Costa, Toyota Costa no so Odi fashion means me kwa share seria yebe. Sampa curfew, you know, Matese there's a review going to take place. So Yameadum this week we will have a review of the time, no, Mr. Minimo ya again say Nana Kai 4 p.m. no it's just too early for that curfew. So Interior Minister and Regional Minister Bekasa, and I believe that a mobile review hopefully before the end of this week. And then Wednesday, so hopefully before the end of this week, the mobile review times no amamo. Cashew factory in here power Winchi area no and it's the key, in fact. Processing and is the key, because raw material no who prices set a air core with cashew to me and it becomes a major problem. The major solution to this is to process the cashew. Now farmers know any more a better pricing na no. So processing no I'm very, very agree with you. Yakwaina Winchi roads no. It's a semi-faho, so it's something we are working on. NKBA Mejidi said there is going to be a project this year and next year between Sunyani to Winchi and Winchi to Wa. So Yane contractor ne Kasa, and I believe that will also come on, and we are trying to this year. And so yeah, PPA and SSA now Mokano. So we want to bring it out Sunyani to Winchi to Wa, and Yamiadon will asphalt the whole place. So yeah, Beboamo. I must say, my Refi Queen Mothers, when we share no, so it's a word to the wise, and also more proposal on the Chamber of Queen Mothers. So we have to look at it. The issue about administrative versus traditional boundaries, is a key one, because ASR are not informed about changes. It's affecting their land, a big problem. So there's a need for consultation and sensitization of all involved in MMDAs, which take administrative decisions affecting lands into other traditional areas. There also are cashew, the leading cash crop. I think that we need to stabilize the pricing, and the reason we need to, this better way of doing it is to process more of the cashew. Process more cocoa. I think if we just rely on the raw materials alone, prices are very unstable. Thank you very much. Said me kai and me base members mumpayabo and Jimun Shira Namuntamiki Munshe me say me mobapa meba mebuamo Mumbuami Namizumbuamo Medamo say.
Anam sabre ende kwanso ebatu yensa afre ye nana e papa ye bibia osaje fo osiade yo Dr. Adwembe do to sumie no na nana de nano de sema etwato amaye
yo nananom ngi de se nyame me da se de enso wa ho nyina ho ne mba ya adwene se ye papa panyini ye vice president of the republic obaye nsema aka ene aboafo no ye nyina ya ate na ya ate de na je se so nyame ya na dom na onya ode be ya adwuma no ye be hwese o de obedi ode be ya adwuma na se na osi wie no ola aba obesere nwo se ho beboa no ama so onya ne ye onye de omfiri ho ananya ta na okan ye di yebeda yewura ase we ade ketewa bi ɛnhu no sɛ bɛrima panyin obiara a wonim no wohu sɛ obuadeɛ yie mɛma no mfiri ha sɛ nkɔ na maka da biara wokɔ ahemfie kwana afa so a wokyea nwɔ social media no so a na mehwɛ ne meka de akamfo sɛ wobuadeɛ wonim adeɛ na adeɛ baako koraa a medeɛ wamanyɔ ɛyɛ paa ne sɛ nsɛm no a wɔka no ɛyɛ devoid of insults. Mente sɛ waka bibi kasa ntwi waka kasa a ɛfɛ nso nka baabi a waduri nka nya dan a aduru baabi a yɛbɛkyɛ wabufu ama wɔde baako bi afam so wɔnyɛ saa nti yɛbɛda wase wokaa yɛ nyame ne si hene yɛbɛgyae de ama nyame ne nyinaa ne sɛ nnɛ abonofo wabɛto bo nsɛm a ɛhia bɛ no sɛ me ne nkaeɛ a wobɛhu wode waso to fam na wosiesia na nyame si hene a nsɛm na wokae no nyinaa maatwerɛ na akyire nde ne nyinaa mɛpostu de ama de afa maa me hema so na ɔde ama Samira na yɛkaa wo sɛ nyame yɛ wadom a woayɛ ne nyinaa maako ɛde ama yɛ nananom saa nsɛm wei na megyina hɔ nanim ɛde aseda ani kabea ama yɛwura yɛni sɛ ne mmerɛ no abɔ no yɛada no ase wɔ ne mmerɛ yɛasra asafo Yehowa sɛ baabi a ɔkɔ ɔma biribiara nyɛ sɛ bia ɔkyim ɛma no so na Ghanafoɔ wade hyɛ no bɛntie n'asɛm na sɛ ɛkɔkɔba sɛ ɔtumi nya yɛho mmoa dodoɔ a ɔde bɛboa yɛ nda ho nyinaa sɛ mma wɔn ɛkɔ aba
yo nananom ansa na ɛbɔ mpaeɛ de adwumadi no aba awieɛ no yɛwɔ ɛyɛ announcement kakraa bi bɛbɛdi kana twa bɛdeɛ bɛwie na afei ahemfo no nko ara so bɛtwa bɛdeɛ na afei ahemafoɔ so ɛne mampanya bi da akyire ne mpanyimfoɔ atwa bɛdeɛ na afei staff a bɛyɛ adwuma wɔ ha so yɛso yɛ ne mampani ne mpanyimfoɔ atwa yɛ deɛ saa berɛ yi
Yo, Nana, His Excellency, Nana President, Amocho, Madaruma, His Excellency, Ebano, Enyama, Odebai, Se Onim Amamrenti, on Se Amamre, Madaruma, Odi Schnapp, Abrofunsa, Box Bakon, or the ensa doko nso eka ho ewo ensa Guinness na afei nso assorte ewo mu bebre nti wadaroma His Excellency ya brem
nana sabre ani de kwanso nana kwaku bedi akon a otoso enum nana ye branamhe ono aso ne president e wo Subin Divisional Council nana bebo mpaye ne e manje nyina aba na wieye
Okay, so you just heard the Vice President as he addressed the Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Let's go to my colleague Samuel, who is currently in Sunyani. Hello, Samuel.
Hello, Epiphania.
I believe you listen to everything.
Hello, Epiphania, if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Samuel. I believe you listened to everything that was said today.
Yes.
I actually took note of some of the responses of the Queen Mothers. and I realized that particularly they were interested in increments in their allowances from 800 cedis to 2,000 cedis for the Queen Mothers, and then 3,000 for the chiefs, and also they actually wanted diplomatic passports and then buses for them to be able to travel or move out to programs if they have to. And I think one of them also asked for a chamber of Queen Mothers. What do you think about this?
Yeah, thank you. So, as you have elaborated, some of the Queen Mothers and some chiefs in the Bono region have put forth their concerns to the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. For me, I think that some of these issues are very they are good, they are legitimate concerns, especially when it comes to development, because queens and chiefs within traditional areas must be eroded into the governance system. We can't do away with them. That's why we call them paramount chiefs. They are paramount when it comes to some of these local areas. And when you want to develop, you must have a way to involve them, and they should be inclusive. But something like the remunerations and then payment for divisional chiefs, which one of the Queen Mothers is seeking for an increment. For me, I don't know about the figures. I'm not so comfortable about the figures from 800 cedis to 2,000. That seems to be a big figure. But let's look at what the Vice President has to offer them when he eventually becomes the president, because that is a very big leap. From 800 to 2,000 is a very big leap. Can Ghana's current payroll system accommodate that? We already have issues with unemployment and sometimes delay in payments of some state workers and employees. So if we move from 800 cedis to 2,000, can the government afford that? These are issues that the politicians will have to ask themselves, especially. But when it comes to furnishing the buildings in the Ahafo region, providing them bus system and all of these things, I think those are very legitimate concerns, because, like I said, these people, the queens and chiefs in these traditional areas, must be treated well, so that they can be inclusive in the governance process. So anything that will make their condition of service good, I think I am for it. But for the remunerations and the increment, I think we have to look at it once again.
Because you think they don't deserve that much? Because I think somebody put a question that why are we going to pay the chiefs? I mean, if he agrees to give them 2,000 for Queen Mothers and 3,000 for the chiefs, why 3,000? What exactly are they doing? That is a question someone put across.
Yes, I think that's a legitimate concern that has been in the public eye for a while. People have questioned. People have raised questions about payment to queens and chiefs already, and now they are demanding for an increment. That is going to be a very tough one. Even there was a time where they were giving what do you call it? They were giving cars. Some were giving cars at subsidized prices. Paramount chiefs were giving V8 and all of that. People were questioning. The Ghanaian people questioned why they were giving some of these cars and these facilities. But the question is, can the government afford that jump from 800 to 2,000? For me, I think that their service or their condition of service in terms of their living standard should be improved, so that they can also help develop their traditional areas. But we should also look at what is permissible within our economic circumstances, especially when the government is struggling to pay even public sector workers. So when we are jumping from these 800 cedis to 2,000, for me, I think it's a big jump. Honestly, it's a big jump.
into the governance system is supposed to yield better developmental outputs for the country at large. But let's see how that is going to work. And like you've rightly said, is this something the government can actually hold and do? So, well, we'll bring you more live update. Thank you so much, Sam. We'll bring you more live updates on this. Earlier, I mentioned that he's having a meet and greet at the Fiapre market as well. And we'll definitely be bringing you the visuals from that when he goes for the meet and greet, the door-to-door campaigns as well. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
amnesty, whether they will be able to regularly regularly pay their taxes. So sometimes the challenge is that people are not so trustful of the system, and people are also afraid that it could be used as a way of criminalizing them in the past, or chasing after them anytime they default in terms of taxes. So those are some of the challenges. Yeah.
Okay, now at a time of unsustainable increased debt portfolio, which actually has limited our access to international money markets, we literally had to turn to domestic taxes to finance development. Would you say that granting a tax amnesty for a whole year is prudent?
Well, this is when the tax amnesty is actually for usually those who will find it difficult to collect the taxes, in the sense that they are either hiding away, or they are owing so much that they are not able to, we are not able to collect the money. So we want to find a way to. So either way, we are not even getting those revenues. We only have to apply sanctions at a cost to be able to retrieve those monies. So either way, we are not benefiting that much. So it's a way of trying to bring them back. So you are actually not going to lose much in terms of granting the amnesty, because originally you were not getting that much of revenue from them. So you are not going to lose much in terms of granting the amnesty.
So you're not losing, but you're not gaining either.
Well, if you are lucky, if you implement it well, and they are able to come on board and agree to clean their slate and begin paying taxes, you may gain. So with the numbers, when you have more numbers coming forward and they are willing to pay their taxes, have a very be in a good tax paying position, then eventually in the future you are going to gain by that. But where they are unwilling to come, then it means that the whole idea is defeated.
Okay, but I mean, you still didn't answer whether you thought it was prudent or not.
Being prudent, it actually depends on the circumstance. As I said, this is a policy, it's not a new policy, it's something that has been done in the past. So we needed to look at how successful it was in the past in terms of what was gained in the past, and whether this time we are going to gain that much better. And in terms of prudence, like I said, it is also a measure to get more people onto the tax net and to get more people paying taxes. So by their calculation, that will help in terms of getting more revenue. So in that sense, we can say that yes, it can be prudent. I don't have the numbers to say whether it's prudent or not, but I guess that from the Vice President's point of view, in terms of what they are seeing in terms of the numbers, it's probably going to be worth doing that or than not doing it.
Okay, well, being a tax policy analyst, in what ways do you think we can actually widen our tax net without necessarily burdening the taxpayers with more tax incentives?
Yes, I think this is not new in terms of widening the tax net. We have often said that, but one of the main things is that most people, in terms of Ghanaians, are not formalized, in the sense that you are not able to adequately assess their revenues to know how much they are actually earning, and to be able to make them pay taxes. And for them to pay withholding tax is also something that is difficult to take. Let's take, for example, if you are a mason, let's say a construction person or an engineer working on your own with your own office, if you do not register with the tax offices, you may do your projects, earn huge sums of money, but who is following up to know how much you earn? Pay on the table, and nobody is able to track how much you earn. So if you do not pay, it's difficult to know. So that is the issue, getting people regularize their operations, their businesses, where they are also known to the tax person. So in that case, we'll be able to rake in more revenue, and that has been one of the biggest problems. And the other issue, as we all know, of the property rates. It's one area that a lot of wealth, people who have wealth, have property, have houses, but we are not able to access those rates. And all that is also affecting our revenue portfolio as a whole. And over the years, we have often talked about this thing, but taking the practical steps to implement them has often been difficult.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard, for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. You're still watching ABC News Ghana. We'll bring you more live updates right here on the Vice President's campaign tour.
We are going to start afresh. Everybody will have a clean slate from 2025. So I am going to introduce a tax amnesty for everybody so that we will start on a clean slate from 2025. In fact, when I went to the Vatican, I was told that 2025 is the Jubilee year. And that is the year where we forgive. And this is where we are going to cancel all taxes that are owed on 2025. And we will have a tax amnesty. Everybody will start on a clean slate. You pay your flat tax from 2025 going, and we are all going to benefit. It will make compliance easier, and government will get more tax revenue.
And amending the Chieftaincy Act so means we have to give the chiefs more money, more financial resources. Now, yeah, ejuma because obi ejuma just say no resources are obetimi aye ejuma no.
So digitalization no ebeko so we are going to train 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. Na abua na omuenye ejuma na ye nyina etimi akoso. We are also going to look at how to sanitize the small-scale mining sector. We want to formalize it and make sure that they do responsible mining so that they will be given licenses and they will be required to mine according to their permits so that they can't mine in water bodies or use
chemicals that are not permitted. We believe that if we put a whole framework around the small-scale miners and they follow the regulations, the whole sector will be sanitized and we will have many millionaires who are doing responsible small-scale mining in Ghana.
So digitalization, no, we are going to train 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. Na abua na omwenye juma na yenyina itimi akoso.
Said Ghana ya since independence. Ube who say ye tika kra because yes ebia ye sheda and I say yan sheda, but nananom ye more frimu kakra in the governance of the country, and it is a problem. So Usha me pese ye review section 63D of the Chieftaincy Act to give more powers to the chiefs so that chiefs can help government in the governance of the country. Because say the economy, even managing your areas becomes difficult without the powers. So you have a change law, no, amamu more powers, but that means just a year increase the payments to the chiefs, the allowances to the chiefs, not only paramount chiefs, because this is a chair paramount chiefs. A manifesto committee, you know, with a recommendation, a debate tuja. You see, let's pay the chiefs living allowances, allowances they can live on, because you must have the resources to do the work. Public transport, so the same problem of fuel imports, no, nebo no cost na GPRT, so increasing transport prices, no. I may want to say urban public transport, no, you're moving towards electric vehicles. Sana say abrochiri also are starting moving towards electric vehicles. So electric vehicles, no, the transport fares, no, be back down by at least 40%. Ghana should move towards solar power. You see more solar power rather than oil and gas. And me pese you implement a policy to generate 2,000 megawatts of solar power. Japadia ewo former your gold, ne other minerals are ewo ho. Ananum musha Ghana yasisi ache. Enti me pese me change natural resource management, no. Natural resource management, no, so Usha so far reserves, no, ye royalties on the reserves, echo. But me pese Ghana for ye have 100% ownership. That is the difference. Say the key share exploration. Ye pese geological survey department. Omobua na ye exploration, no, so ye bema umusika na omo ye exploration, no. Who sa deposits, no, then the concessions, no, yamfama Ghanaians. 100% ownership by Ghanaians. Sa ebanoa ye de maumwa umetime hu kwa omo fasona ya omo raise capital, no, to do the mining. Enti mi be sheshe Minerals Development Bank, said a yeshishe agri development bank, no, so that the Minerals Development Bank, no, bet me abua ye miners, no, me pese persons with disability, so ye bua omo bebre because of disability, they can't go and do a lot of work to get any money for tertiary education, but they are very smart, they are very bright. Persons with disability, no, yebema almost scholarship to go to tertiary institutions, and they will be able to attend free
tertiary institutions through scholarships.
Okay, so the Vice President has currently arrived at the University of Energy and Natural Resources. There's going to be a dialogue when it comes to small-scale mining. And don't forget that he literally is looking at formalizing the small-scale mining sector. So this plays a very key role for him. There's going to be a dialogue. That is their third annual dialogue. So he being there is tying in directly with his campaign tour and also providing the opportunity for him to give deeper insights into his vision for formalizing the small-scale sector. We can actually see him making his way into the president's premises where people are actually waiting for him. We'll take some views from social media and then we'll bring you right back. So a quick run through social media lets you see that people have different views and ideas, and people actually have different opinions on the ongoing campaign tour of the Vice President. Let's take a look at some of these views. Now here on X we have Mr. Irish, and he says that the man Bawumia, the incomparable and incorruptible Vice President. Hashtag it is possible. Hashtag Bawumia 2024. Hashtag bold solutions for our future. Also, we have Abdul Rauf Ibrahim, and he says, have you ever seen this kind of love and endorsements before? I have for market women and Dr. Bawumia. He puts a heart over there. Hashtag Bawumia 2024. Hashtag Bawumia Tours. We also have Emmanuel Buedu, who says it's heartening to see a leader so actively involved in grassroots engagement. Dr. Bawumia's efforts are paving the way for a brighter tomorrow for all Ghanaians. Hashtag it is possible. Hashtag Bawumia Tours. Hashtag Bawumia 2024. We also have General Buhari, and he says that NPP is the most attractive party in the whole of Africa, thanks to Honorable F.A. Dompre. Well, NPP has made the most effective party in the Nsawam Adejiri. Hashtag it is possible. Hashtag Bawumia 2024. Hashtag FAD 2024. We also have DMB 2024, and it says, hats off to Dr. Bawumia for championing the digital addressing system. Undeniably, Ghana is on the right path of digital transformation. Hashtag Bawumia 2024. Hashtag NPP. We're bringing you a lot more of these social media updates where people are actually putting their thoughts down on the Vice President's tour. But let's go straight for the dialogue that's currently taking place.
said the Ghana ya cause since independence. Ube who say ye tika kra because young yes ebia ye sheda and I say yan sheda, but nananom ye more kakra in the governance of the country, and it is a problem. So Usha me pese ye review section 63D of the Chieftaincy Act to give more powers to the chiefs, so that chiefs can help government in the governance of the country. Because say the economy, even managing your areas becomes difficult without the powers. So you be changing law no amamu more powers, but that means just a year increasing the payments to the chiefs, the allowances to the chiefs, not only paramount chiefs, because this is a chair paramount chiefs. A manifesto committee, with a recommendation, a debate tuja. You see, let's pay the chiefs living allowances. Allowances they can live on. Because you must have the resources to do the work. Public transport, so the same problem of fuel imports, no. Nebo no kosro ana GPRT so increasing transport prices, no. I me want to say urban public transport, no. You moving towards electric vehicles. Sana say Abrochiri also are starting a movie towards electric vehicles. So electric vehicles, no, the transport fares, no, be back down by at least 40%. Ghana should move towards solar power. You see more solar power rather than oil and gas. And me pese you implement a policy to generate 2,000 megawatts of solar power. Japadia ewo former your gold, ne other minerals are ewo ho. Ananum musha Ghana yasisi ache. Enti me pese me change natural resource management no. Natural resource management no so. Usha so far reserves no ye royalties on the reserves echo, but me pese Ghana for ye have 100% ownership. That is the difference. Say the key share exploration. Ye pese geological survey department omobua na ye exploration no, so ye be ma omusika na omo aye exploration no. Who sa deposits no, then the concessions no yamfama Ghanaians. 100% ownership by Ghanaians. Sa ebanoa ye de ma omo metime hu kwan omo fasona ya omo raise capital no to do the mining. Enti mi be share Minerals Development Bank, said a Agri Development Bank, no, so that the Minerals Development Bank, no, bet me abua ye miners, no, me pese persons with disability, so ye bua omo, omo bedre because of disability, they can't go and do a lot of work to get any money for tertiary education, but they are very smart, they are very bright, and persons with disability, no, yebema almost scholarship to go to tertiary institutions, and they will be able to attend free tertiary institutions through scholarships.
So digitalization, no, we are going to train 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. 1 million youth in digital skills in Ghana. Na abua na omwenye ijuma na yenyina itimi akoso.
We are going to start afresh. Everybody will have a clean slate from 2025. So I am going to introduce a tax amnesty for everybody so that we will start on a clean slate from 2025. In fact, when I
Okay, so we're heading straight to Sunyani, where our colleague Abna is ready on the field. Hello, Abna.
Hello, Epiphania.
How is Sunyani? What is the atmosphere there like?
Well, it's a great atmosphere. The sun is out and shining bright. We are in Sunyani, like you said earlier. The Vice President and flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, is the guest of honor for the 3rd annual Transformational Dialogue on Small-Scale Mining, organized by UENR. The Vice President is in the shot at the moment, entering the auditorium to speak to stakeholders for today's program. Like I said, this program is organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources. This is the 3rd edition, and the conversation is centered around sustainability on all of the small-scale mining, Epiphania.
Well, I believe this ties in strongly with his wishing to formalize the small-scale mining sector.
Exactly.
And so it's going to give him an opportunity.
To a few of the stakeholders on and off camera.
Okay, and what were their responses?
Well, they are expecting to hear the Vice President's speech or his plan or his mindset on small-scale mining. Most of them mentioning that the small-scale mining is facing certain challenges that they believe that government's intervention can mitigate.
Okay, so he being the guest honor gives him the opportunity to throw a deeper light onto his wishing for it and probably tie in solutions based on sustainability of that sector, I believe.
Exactly.
I'm sure people can't wait to hear what he has to say, and there's also going to probably die down speculations about, his plans to formalize the small-scale mining sector, as he's probably going to delve deeper and let us know if there's a step-by-step plan or probably something that is, a program that has been put in place to ensure that the process actually goes smoothly. He also mentioned earlier that he wanted to involve the chiefs when it comes to giving license to the small-scale miners, so the chiefs will actually help do that when it comes to their traditional areas. So we'll definitely be bringing you more updates. Let's come back and then do stay with us. We'll bring you more of the social media. Okay, so proceedings in the auditorium have begun on the dialogue. We'll take you straight to the auditorium.
Your might. We come before you today humbled by the challenges that faces our motherland Ghana. Ya Allah, the illegal mining that plagues our nation is a source of great distress. It spoils your creation, poisons our waters, and endangers the lives of your people. We, the stakeholders gathered here today, implore your divine intervention. Grant us, O Allah, the wisdom and the resolve to address this issue effectively. Open our hearts to understanding the risks of illegal mining and guide our minds towards crafting just and sustainable and beneficial for all Ghanaians. Guide our discussions, Ya Allah, so that we may listen actively and communicate with us the ability to see beyond personal interest and work together for the common good of our nation. Bless us with innovative ideas and practical strategies to curb illegal mining and restore the balance in our environment. Fill our heart with compassion for those impacted by this issue. Inspire us to create opportunities for legitimate livelihood and sustainable development in mining communities. Ya Ghafoor Rahim, the most forgiving, the most merciful Lord, forgive us for any negligence of exploitation of your resources that may have contributed to this problem. Guide us towards a future where we manage your bounty with responsibility and care for the generations to come. We ask you to grant success to this dialogue and to make it a turning point in the fight against illegal mining in Ghana. May our effort be a source of healing for our land and reflection of your divine justice. We thank you, Allah, for listening to our prayers. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma wa akhiru da'wana an alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that solemn word of prayer, Sheikh Mohammed Isaka. We're grateful. This is a time where we've been going to see and listen carefully to a poem that has been prepared by one of the pupils of the University Basic School. She's been preparing for a while, and she's here to recite a poem. Can you get ready, please? The microphones don't want the little girl to recite her poem. That's sad, but she's very ready. She is the name of Daniela Akoto Safo, a basic pupil, and she has a poem entitled Illegal Mining. Daniela, I know you're ready. Relax and enjoy us, okay? Roll it.
Daniela Foswankasa Koto Safo is my name. A basic 4 student in UNER Basic. I am here to recite a poem on Galamsey. In Ghana's land, a tale is told of Galamsey, a practice of old, a search for gold, a quest for wealth. But at what cost? A story of stealth. Rivers once pure, now murky and grey. Trees fell, lands degraded day by day. Communities suffer, health declines as mercury and lead pollute the lands. Children, schools abandoned too as they join the quest with dreams anew. But little would they know the harm they will face, a future uncertain, dangerous pace. The environment cries, people plead for a stop to Galamsey, a new creed, sustainable mining, a way to go to preserve the land for all to know. Let's join hands to end this plight and bring back life to Ghana's life. Thank you.
Another round of applause to do for the little girl. Thank you so much, Daniela. You can be seated. That's a beautiful poem. The little one. When things are put into poems, they carry a weightier meaning because poems are spontaneous. They are from the heart. Thank you so much, Daniela. The Vice President would want to say a thank you in a very special way. And there's another on the way coming before the Vice President speaks, so he must be getting ready for that one too. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. And of course, as we are gathered, we have the landlord of the house to welcome the dignitaries. And so we have the welcome address now to be delivered by the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Elvis Asarabediako. Professor, we are all ears.
Your Excellency,
Ghana. Let me take it again. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who doubles as the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party in the upcoming national elections. Chairman of the occasion, who doubles as the Chairman of the Governing Council of the University of Energy and Natural Resources. Professor Income Investment Fund present, members of Governing Council, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Vice Chancellors of sister universities present, CEOs, faculty, staff and students of the university, chiefs and traditional leaders, members of the mining industry, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives present, members of the Diplomatic Corps online and present, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to extend a warm welcome to you for the third annual Transformational Dialogue on Small-Scale Mining. This year's theme focuses on mapping our nation's mining vision and the future of illegal mining. This topic has garnered global attention, featuring prominently in written publications, electronic media, and speeches conveyed through allegories, idioms, and insinuations. The increasing demand for critical minerals has sparked an unexpected rush for new sites for mineral resource investment and procurement. Africa and Asia are particularly targeted destinations for supplies, primarily comprising developing nations. Your Excellency, the University of Energy and Natural Resources, guided by its own wisdom and mandate, has chosen to initiate discussions aimed at addressing an impending threat on the horizon. What is this looming danger? While industrialized nations worldwide are actively strategizing through conferences, webinars, seminars, and conventions on how to optimize their investment in Africa, in Africa's mineral resource development sector, the clouds looming over African countries, with the exception of South Africa, signify that we are ill-prepared, lacking in strategy and vulnerable to economic exploitation. While developed nations are focused on developing, refining, and advancing strategies to strengthen their mining sector partnership with us, we seem to be dragging our feet in leveraging our opportunities. We miss the chance to drive our economic development and industrialization using our mineral resources after colonial rules. Over the past 70 years, there has been a revolution in global economic growth, but not everyone has benefited. More than 65% of the world's population, over 4 billion people, still live on less than $4 per capita. What even worse is that the world's poorest people are disproportionately concentrated in mineral resource-rich Africa, often deprived of opportunities to improve their situations. These are the challenges of the first stage. Those were our initial opportunities. Your Excellency, the emergence of increasing global demand for critical minerals alongside precious metals and minerals signals the rise of the second page opportunities. Critical minerals are poised to become even more crucial as the West strives to enhance energy security and domestic industrial resilience. In this current era of prioritizing renewable and sustainable energy conservation, consumption, and production, the University of Energy and Natural Resources holds unparalleled relevance. Once again, our soils and rocks are prime target to meet this global demand. However, significant questions loom. How are we preparing to seize these second page opportunities? Are we addressing poverty, hunger, joblessness, unequal opportunities, irresponsible consumption and production, and land degradation? Hence, the overarching objective of this year's multi-stakeholder dialogue is to spark discussion on developing our country's mining vision. This initiative aims to ensure that Ghana's mineral wealth contributes to sustainable development and fosters enduring prosperity. Your Excellency, in May 1995, the World Bank organized an international roundtable meeting with the primary objectives of tackling illegal mining and tapping into the potential of artisanal and small-scale mining on a global scale. Approximately 80 invited delegates from 25 countries worldwide represented in the roundtable discussion. These delegates comprise representatives from various stakeholders, including multinational agencies, government, non-government organizations, and both large and small-scale mining industries. Your Excellency, whilst earlier international conferences have touched upon artisanal and small-scale mining as parts of the small mine subsector, the May 1995 roundtable marked the first occasion where the specific issues of artisanal and small-scale mining were addressed exclusively. As a result, 4 fundamental questions arose. These questions remain unanswered, and their relevance persists today, just as it did in the past. These enduring relevance stems from the fact that the mineral resource-rich developing countries, including Ghana, have yet to discover solutions that definitely address these questions and lay them to rest permanently. The questions are: 1. How can artisanal and small-scale mining be carried out safely in an environmentally accepted manner? 2. How can the subsector contribute to economic progress? And lastly, what technical, financial, and regulatory measures will be required to achieve progress? Your Excellency, in May 2008, African ministers responsible for the mineral resource development sector of their respective countries convened in Addis Ababa under auspices of the African Union in collaboration with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the African Development Bank. The purpose of the meeting was to address the challenges facing the African mining sector and chart a path forward. The outcome of this gathering was a proposal presented to the African Union for the establishment of the African Mining Vision. In February 2009, heads of state from member countries of the African Union met and endorsed the pioneering proposal from the ministers, leading to the establishment of the African Mining Vision. The implementation plan of the African Mining Vision calls for all member countries to develop their own country-specific mining visions aligned with the overarching African Mining Vision. Fast forward 15 years, Ghana has the minerals and mining policy in place, predating the conception of the African mining vision. However, Ghana has yet to formulate its own mining vision, despite the passage of time. Your Excellency, the University of Energy and Natural Resources holds a vested interest in this matter due to its mandate of enhancing the natural resource sector to drive sustainable development across all sectors of the economy. This is achieved through human resource capacity development, research, and outreach initiatives. Of particular concern is artisanal and small-scale mining as part of our mandate involves devising strategies for poverty alleviation. Despite the relative prosperity of some artisanal and small-scale miners compared to their fellow citizens, the communities in which they operate often remain impoverished. This reality is not unique to artisanal and small-scale mining communities alone. It is also extend to the host communities of many large-scale mining operations. Your Excellency, therefore, I anticipate that this year's consultative dialogue will play a crucial role in shaping a positive, equitable, and competitive mining vision for our dear nation. I firmly believe that such a vision will enable us to maximize the benefit derived from our mineral resources. However, I am aware that the success of a Ghana's country's mining vision hinges largely on achieving national consensus on its underlying principles, goals, and strategies. Hence, I extend a warm invitation to all stakeholders to join hands with us in accomplishing this significant milestone. With a country mining vision in place and diligently executed, I envision that by 2030, Ghana's mineral sector will be a modern, diversified, efficient, and attractive. Our country mining vision will complement the implementation of the African mining vision by fostering an enabling environment for the attainment of desired outcome. I specifically call upon the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Minerals Commission, and the Ghana Chamber of Mines to collaborate closely with our School of Mines and advance this national agenda. It is evident within our context that mining is indispensable for meeting the needs and aspirations of both current and future generations. The sector will play a pivotal role in positioning Ghana as the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and to do business. Your Excellency, in today's global market landscape, academia has a crucial role to play in addressing various risks and seizing opportunities. One primary rationale applicable across industries is for academia to leverage its inherent comparative advantage in society. As Milton Friedman famously articulated, the business of business is business. However, I said unequivocally that in today's business world, research, science, and technology transfer and human capital development are central. In developing countries, companies often fail to achieve the scale or leverage they are capable of due to market failures and governance deficiencies. This challenge is particularly pronounced in the artisanal and small-scale mining subsector. Therefore, it is imperative to pay more deliberate attention to unlocking their full potential. I would like to reassure our artisanal and small-scale miners that the University of Energy and Natural Resources can play various roles tailored to your industrial needs, depending on your specific business model, how you engage with us, and the context in which you operate. However, it is crucial to underscore that academia cannot support illegal mining. We have a responsibility to ensure that illegal mining becomes a thing of the past. Thus, the University of Energy and Natural Resources is strategically positioned itself to fulfill its mandate amidst the challenges facing the world's natural resource development and governance. This is being achieved through the establishment of relevant schools and departments. Currently, the university consists of 9 specialized schools: School of Energy, School of Natural Resources, School of Engineering, School of Arts and Social Sciences, School of Sciences, School of Agriculture and Technology, School of Geoscience, and School of Mines and Built Environment. The School of Mines and Built Environment is a temporary amalgamation of the School of Built Environment and the School of Sustainable Minerals and Mines. Your Excellency, our strategy outlines our plan to fulfill our mandate by enhancing domestic capability. This strategy aims to generate new knowledge, jobs, wealth, and investment attraction, whilst also playing a pivotal role in addressing critical national challenges in resource development. We recognize that achieving these goals necessitate close collaboration with government, industry, and other stakeholders in the energy and natural resource sectors. Through strategic partnership, we aim to establish our School of Mines as a leader in skill development and to continue conducting cutting-edge research and innovations in exploration, mining, refining, and recycling. This approach will not only create employment opportunities and stimulate economic growth, but also safeguard communities and the natural environment. To this end, the school has introduced several academic programs of national significance, including sustainable mining, both bachelor and undergraduate up to PhD, urban mining, development minerals, sustainable land management, and land degradation neutrality. Several other programs of critical national relevance are awaiting accreditation by Ghana Tertiary Accreditation Commission. However, our primary challenge lies in obtaining financial clearance to recruit the necessary staff for research and teaching. Therefore, we appeal to His Excellency the Vice President to expedite the process of securing additional clearance slot for the university to fully realize its mandate. I think we need more. From the gold and bauxite that have historically positioned Ghana at the forefront of the Industrial Revolution to the critical minerals essential for the new green Industrial Revolution, the University of Energy and Natural Resources is poised to become a key player in the global race for critical minerals. This strategy will contribute to establishing more secure, resilient supply chain necessary for a clean, safe, and prosperous future. In summary, Your Excellency, this year's program will span 3 consecutive days and feature 6 panel discussion and interactive sessions. The panels will cover various sub-themes, including setting the context, dimension, and principle for Ghana mining vision, brainstorming the aspiration and ambition of Ghana mining vision, models for financing small-scale mining in Ghana, structural frameworks for the development and adoption of Ghana mining vision, providing sustainable support for the realization of Ghana mining vision, and 6, functional roles and responsibility of stakeholders in a sustainable Ghana mining vision. Panelists will include reps from parliamentary select committees, regulatory bodies, the House of Chiefs, mining bodies, communities, civil society organizations, academia, trade union, professional bodies, and financial institutions. At the conclusion of the deliberation, a communique will be issued and a comprehensive report will be disseminated to all relevant parties. Our major challenge lies in following up and providing feedback for effective implementation of action areas. We seek the collaboration of all stakeholders, particularly government agencies, to ensure success. With your kind permission, we'd like to acknowledge our sponsors, including the Ghana Chamber of Mines, Precious Minerals Marketing Company of Ghana, the Minerals Development Fund, Minerals Income Investment Fund, and the Mineral Commission. We express special gratitude to the Mineral Commission for their consistent support and active participation. Lastly, we extend our thanks to all participating organizations and individuals for their engagement in this critical consultative process for our country's mining vision development. Your Excellency, I'm grateful for your audience and warmly welcome you to the University of Energy and Natural Resources. Regrettably, we lack a suitable auditorium to host you on campus, and existing structures need some finishing to be able to host a program such as this. Therefore, I humbly appeal for your assistance in facilitating the construction of a modern auditorium that benefits our university's potential, ready for your next visit as the President of the Republic of Ghana. We sincerely appreciate your invaluable gesture in prioritizing this invitation amid your busy schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor of the University. If the guest is one of significance, the welcome address is a culture on its own. So thank you very much for welcoming the Vice President of the country, Professor. Thank you very much. Next on the program is one speaking for the CEO of Minerals Income Investment Fund, MIF, in the person of Dr. Ken Abrakwa. Doctor, we have... and right after that, we'll be waiting to listen to the speech of the day, that of the Vice President. But before then, let's enjoy this one.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Chairman of the University Governing Council, Professor Kwesi Isiajaba, the Bono Regional Minister, Honorable Justina Owusu-Banahene, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asari Bidiakon, Nananom, the Vice Chancellor, Nananom, staff and students, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we come together to examine the enormous potential found in the small-scale mining sector and the critical role that strategic investment can play in realizing its full potential, it is an honor for me to address you today on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, Mr. Edward Nanaya Okranting. Your Excellency, I will go straight to a point because I've been told that we don't have too much time. So let me quickly turn to three strategic areas that the Minerals Income Investment Fund is focusing to leverage opportunities for investment towards harnessing potentials of the small-scale mining subsector in Ghana. The first the Minerals Income Investment Fund is doing is a small-scale mining incubation program. Your Excellency, the small-scale mining subsector has seen the influx of foreigners financing small-scale miners in exchange for discounted gold. Now, this structure has directly and indirectly caused negative impacts on the gold ecosystem of Ghana and overall economy, mainly on loss of revenue and environmental degradation. Now again, the sector is challenged with weak mining practices, lack of corporate governance and inadequate succession planning, the lack of working capital, mining machinery, and guaranteed offtake or market. Based on these challenges, the government, through the operations of MIF, believes in a holistic review and support for small-scale mining companies in the sector to access global gold trading markets. The rationale of the small-scale mining incubation program is to invest between $1 million to $5 million in each entity, and as many licensed small-scale mining companies with defined resources to grow and develop into responsible and sustainable mid-tier or world-class junior mining operators. The investment support will be in the form of equipment and machinery, provision of corporate governance support in line with ESG principles, and ensure provision of markets through MIF's Gold Trade Desk, among others. MIF will provide fixed and moving equipment to these selected entities. The equipment include processing plants, water treatment facilities, office complexes, winch and shaft, gas plants for power production, dump trucks, excavators, payloaders, vehicles, among others. MIF will also ensure a readily available market for their production and provide a traceability mechanism to ensure responsible mining and safe custody of the gold. Your Excellency, this initiative will be executed under a rigorous process through both legal and technical due diligences after application through the portal on the MIF's website. Now, to de-risk this project, MIF, in collaboration with experienced industrial practitioners and UMAT, would undertake an initial preliminary economic assessment at the site of selected entities. Now, this PEA includes exploration drilling or pitting to determine the estimated resources underneath the ground, mine plan designs to allow exploitations of the reserve in a safe, economic, and environmentally responsible manner, and metallurgical tests to determine if commercial level extraction and processing can be done economically. The incubation strategy would also involve investing in mineral value delivery chain with the assistance of stakeholders. An evaluation and monitoring structure shall be put in place which would ensure the integrity of the process. The second is leveraging the local mining support service. Now, after we have done with the small-scale mining incubation, we need to leverage the local support service. MIF wants to take advantage of the mining ecosystem by leveraging on the entire mineral value chain. The regulations in the mining law consolidate existing local content requirements under Ghanaian mining laws and regulations and introduce additional requirements. There is a need to build both local, technical, and capital capacity for institutions looking to participate in the local content mining support service value chain. The Minerals Commission estimates receipt from mineral revenues and investments to hit $10 billion this year. Your Excellency, MIF has engaged the Ghana Stock Exchange and other private equity or venture capital funds to explore co-investment opportunities with mining support services that require access to capital to invest in the equipment needed to take advantage of the gap. MIF intends to fund and support local SMEs to become major providers of services to blue-chip mining companies with big budgets. These services include contract mining for small-scale operations that would include mining and processing of the ore, reclamation, vegetation, management of mining operations, haulage, fuel supply, etc. The last point is the gold-backed exchange-traded funds, or the ETF. MIF is focused on a risk-adjusted return to provide stability to our portfolios for sustainable wealth creation. We therefore believe that MIF, as a strategic institution of government, can also play a significant role in using a portion of our base receipts from the mining sector to develop mining-linked products and implement measures for macroeconomic stability in line with the third objective of the fund, which is to develop and implement measures to reduce the budgetary exposure of the Republic to minerals income fluctuations. Your Excellency, the MIF responsibly mined gold-backed exchange-traded funds will be structured with gold as the principal underlying asset, for which the security will track the price of gold. Now, investors in the MIF Gold ETF will have the opportunity or option to redeem their investment in physical gold at certain quantities from the fund's appointed vault. Your Excellency, in conclusion, the government through the Minerals Income Investment Fund is leveraging in the opportunities in the small-scale mining sector by implementing the small-scale mining incubation program with a budget of $60 million at the initial stage through 4 main pillars. The first is to support with capital and equipment. Second, support with corporate governance structures and ensure mining is done under ESG principles. The third is support with market accessibility. The fourth is to aid in capacity building. Your Excellency, we can usher in a new chapter for small-scale mining in the country. So let's seize it with courage and conviction. Let's harness the power of investment to realize this important industry enormous potential. Therefore, we can create a future in which small-scale mining not only generates income, but acts as a catalyst for positive change, bringing opportunities and hope to underprivileged people while promoting sustainable development for future generations. I thank you.
The applause can be louder, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I'd like to draw your attention to some of the persons who are here gathered this afternoon. And I'll do so very, very quickly so we can get through the rest of the event. We do have with us, and I'm doing the introductions in no particular order, Professor Kwesi Nsia Jabba is the Council Chairman, University for Energy and Natural Resources. Let's welcome him. Honorable Justina Owusu Banahene is the Bono Regional Minister. Of course, we have already heard from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asare Bediakon. The Registrar is Dr. Mrs. Georgina Esi Owusu. Dr. Kennedy Abrapa is Head of Business. Of course, again, I have to reiterate the fact that I'm doing these introductions in no particular order. We have the Honorable Barbara Otin Jesse, Board Chair, Minerals Commission. Let's give her a round of applause. It's also instructive to note that Honorable Barbara Otin Jesse, especially for the females, the young girls who are here, she has seen it all in politics. She's been an MP, she's been a deputy minister, and she has been a substantive minister. A round of applause to Honorable Barbara Otin Jesse as well. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, also accompanying the Vice President to this event, the Honorable Salifu Said, the former Northern Regional Minister. You can be sure, it's his nickname. Thank you very much. Honorable Paul Chumberima, MP for Doma East, is here with us. Honorable Kwesi Ameyao, Chairman, MP, Sunyani East, here with us. Honorable Ignatius Bafo, Minister for Labour and Employment, and is also the MP for Sunyani West. Dr. Gideon Bwako, a spokesperson for the Vice President and parliamentary candidate for Tano North. He's here with us. Mr. John Bodu is CEO of SIGA, a former General Secretary of the NPP. Engineer Kwabna Eje Ejapong, Senior Aide to the Vice President, but also a former General Secretary of the NPP. So I was just waiting for you to sit so I can remind the Gen Zs who are here that at some point in time, you were also a TV presenter and a football commentator. Let's give you a round of applause right there. Thank you so very much. Mr. Fred Owari, Senior Advisor to the Vice President. Uncle Fred Owari, veteran politician, we are very, very grateful to you. And a young man who is in Parliament right now, and he's been in Parliament for a number of years actually. Dr. Ayu Efriye, MP for Epijase Asokore, is here with us. Thank you very much. Mr. Stephen Intim is the National Chairman, New Patriotic Party. We have Honorable Albert Chia, he is the Deputy Attorney General and Minister of Justice here with us. We are grateful. Mr. Kwabena Bafo Abronye is the Regional Chairman, MPP. Lawyer Obri Buahi is a member of the Vice President's campaign team. We also have with us here Lawyer Ben Abdallah. Lawyer Abdallah is the Financial Officer, Zongo Development Fund. He is also one time a Deputy Minister for Tourism. Thank you very much. Mr. Ujo Frimpong. Let's give a round of applause. Journalist, now politician. All right. Your Excellency, I'm also happy to announce to you that we've been joined by very many traditional rulers here from the Bono traditional area, and we are very, very grateful to all of you for coming. The security services and agencies are here, the military, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Fire Service, the Ghana Immigration Service are all here. Your Excellency, I'm also happy to announce to you that one of the leading journalists in Ghana today, a few years ago, who was also selected actually as the Journalist of the Year, Samson Ladi Ayenini, having seen the importance of this event, has joined us right there. Thank you so very much. We'll be subsequently introducing others as the event unfolds. But to let you know, a young lady stepped forward to recite a poem, and she impressed the Vice President so much that he offered her something. Your Excellency, I'm a poet as well. I just, Your Excellency, there was a time that they asked people to recite poems and that we should rhyme. If you could rhyme, you would get an award. I thought and thought and thought, but I wanted to win the award. So I came up with a rhyme scheme. I said, and that was during the early days of the MPP, when, during former President Kufuor's era, when he introduced HEPIC. So the only rhyme that could come into my mind was HEPIC. So I wanted words that could rhyme with HEPIC. So I said, oh Ghana, we are HEPIC. So tomorrow, we'll go for picnic. It didn't make sense, but I won the award. But, ladies and gentlemen, but on this note, I'm about to introduce a young lady who will then introduce the Vice President and invite him to speak to us. This lady is a young lady called Marilyn Eshen. Marilyn Eshen, over to you. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Ago. Ghana man, muntie. Bono ni ahafoman, muntie. Akunini ni abramponwa amweshiaha, muntie. Na Ghana man peni abediechi, okunini Dr. Mahmood, mawumia mampu city share, Rebecca Sa. Okunini, Yamuakwaba, Eba University of Energy and Natural Resources. Onim di fo nyansa ama Ghana fo nim de afa abefa disian konkan Ghana disian fo dawase wa ho brase wa dwumaden no kasa pa na mo akunya se obepre adishman Ghana abenja kase okunini kasa ya so pa itienye mapa wa ababwa no de braya mpe ye mo akwaba.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The ministers of state here present, members of parliament, Nananum, chairman and members of the University Governing Council, chairman and board members of the Minerals Commission, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Energy and Natural Resources, my good friend Professor Elvis Asari Bediako, Vice Chancellors of sister universities, faculty and senior and junior members, the mining industry players, the Minerals Income and Investment Fund, MIF, the National Chairman and Executive Council of the MPP, the Regional Chairman of the MPP, MMDCs, members of state security agencies, staff, students, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you today to take stock and look ahead on the subject area that is very dear to our collective hearts and interest, the mining sector. During the past few weeks, premiered by my vision lecture at the University of Professional Studies in Accra, I outlined some solutions capable of addressing the myriads of issues in our mining sector. I've remained consistent on this as I began my community engagement tours. And I'm glad to have another opportunity at this prestigious forum to shed more light on the vision. Ladies and gentlemen, broadly speaking, natural resources play a central role in the development and progress of any country. Over the years, in spite of some major gains in the management of this sector, Ghana has faced challenges in effectively managing these resources. To ensure sustainability and prosperity for all. Achieving sustainable land and natural resource management is crucial to the achievement of the continued growth and prosperity program of the government. Mining, particularly small-scale mining, as we have come to know, has become a parallel enterprise to the ever-changing face of mining in Ghana and globally. While the world has become more accustomed to conventional mining and found ways to streamline it, we continue to make the wrong headlines in this sector. The world's natural resources continue to come under severe stress due to the effects of unregulated and harmful mining practices, and Ghana hasn't been spared that. The government of President Akufo-Addo, since coming into office, has had to deal with the harsh realities of regulating the sector. With it has come attendant problems, especially in the light of the fight against illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey. We cannot continue to pretend the fight has been won. Indeed, we have barely scratched the surface, and I'm committed to doing more to keep our other very precious minerals, resources that spar with mining, like water bodies, safe for all. Our solemn pledge as a government is to ensure we stay consistent with this pledge and harness existing potential to reap the full benefits of building a very resolute, small-scale mining sector that will be admired not only in the sub-region but globally. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a progressive mining sector, small-scale mining sector, should be a collective and shared interest. As climate change continues to bite and show off, and the world's natural resources come under immense pressure, we have just one job, and that is to harness the full benefits of small-scale mining and build systems and structures that encourage responsible mining. The theme for this third annual edition of Charting Our Country's Mining Vision and the Future of Illegal Mining perfectly reflects how we should tackle this head-on. We need to chart a new course and put a whole new approach to small-scale mining. It gives me great joy to inform you that while a lot of work has been done in this sector by the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, more is in the works. Going forward, we need to be more pragmatic with our approach to small-scale mining and prioritize it in a manner that is progressive and modern. We shall build on existing gains and forge ahead to exciting opportunities for growth. There are many opportunities in the small-scale mining sector, but by and large, we seem to focus more on the problems rather than trying to build on the opportunities that allow us to deal with the problems. Our overriding objectives, ladies and gentlemen, is to develop our natural resource endowment in minerals, forests, and lands in a manner that benefits our people, drives our economy, and positions the mining and natural resources sector as a major growth pillar of the Ghanaian economy over the next few years. We have been working hard at a framework that is holistic and in tune with the existing challenges in the sector. Some of the unique challenges are confronted with in this sector as a country include inadequate linkages between the mining sector and the rest of the economy, limited diversification of the mining sector, and lack of proper management of artisan and small-scale mining, especially galamsey. Frequent conflicts between mining communities and mining companies, increasing encroachment of reserved forests for farming and mining, inadequate job creation opportunities in the sector, the need to review of land administration and acquisition processes, as well as an urgent need for digitalization of land records. We have also identified the need for support and investment in small-scale mining, and also finally, but not the least, lack of institutional capacity. These challenges that I have just enumerated negatively affect the competitiveness of Ghana's minerals and mining sector. To effectively address this, we shall consider a number of policy recommendations and initiatives, and I will share some with you today, while we put the comprehensive package that I will present in our manifesto. Strategically, these considerations will have to be relevant and central to local and national interests, must be proven technically and feasible financially, and most importantly, sit well with the institutional capacities necessary for effective implementation. We are committed to these, and we will do them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the African Union has set Agenda 2063 as her blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future. Agenda 2063 is Africa's strategic framework that aims to engender inclusive, sustainable development and self-determination through her natural resource endowments. That is the determination to prioritize inclusive social and economic development. But this cannot be achieved and sustained if individual countries do not first position themselves towards economic emancipation by leveraging their rich natural resource endowment optimally. To do this arises the need for all individual countries, including Ghana, to envision a long-term natural capital and resource development trajectory, revise and adapt their natural resource development agenda to align with ongoing structural transformations, changing global context of investment opportunities in areas such as growing demand for mineral resources, as well as the relegation of fossil fuel consumption and production. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has played key roles in the design, drafting, and implementation of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Therefore, Ghana must be a role model for the rest of Africa to emulate and reckon with. By the grace of God, come 7th January 2025, I will sincerely embrace a need for multi-stakeholder consultation to identify priority areas, set specific targets, define strategies and policy measures that we require to regenerate and implement our consensual vision for the mining sector. This multi-stakeholder consultation, I am hopeful, shall present an opportunity for all key stakeholders at the community level, local, regional, and national level to make significant inputs to expected objectives, outcomes, scope, framework, and dimensions to the initial steps for the drafting and development of the long-awaited Ghana mining vision. Today's forum, ladies and gentlemen, brings stakeholders together to outline the strategies required to ensure availability of resources and capacities in the implementation of the Ghana country mining vision. We are set to understand, plan, and assign responsibilities to all stakeholders in the development and implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the Ghana mining vision. And I have, for clarity, I have been engaged in many consultations as we speak with various sector players in the mining industry to get to understand and come up with the policies that we are going to do. So this stakeholder consultation is ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision and strategy for this sector shall encompass 12 broad areas, including capacity, asset enhancement portfolio, fiscal portfolios, gender equity, environmental, social, governance, technology and digitalization, communities and communications, value addition and chain linkages, recycling, and critical minerals in no chronological order. Ladies and gentlemen, let us note that we recall that the need for a well-structured and properly managed mining sector at the country level is encapsulated in the African Union's Africa Mining Vision, which calls for the transparent, equitable, and optimal exploitation of mineral resources to underpin broad-based sustainable growth and socio-economic development. Ghana has very rich natural resources, as we all know. That is a given. In fact, if you look at gold, for example, the Geological Survey Department tells us that we have 7 gold belts that start from Axim, Winneba, all the way through Laura, Nangoti. Very rich gold belts. But about 50% of this has not been really explored. And what we are led to explore is about 23,000 square kilometers. That's huge, like when you think about it. And the Geological Survey Department estimates that in what is yet to be explored, we have about an estimate of about 5 billion ounces of gold in that area. 5 billion ounces. Now 5 billion ounces of gold then means today's price is about 10 trillion US dollars. That's very, very huge for any country. And so it is very, very important that we start thinking about a new strategy, a paradigm shift, a way to make sure Ghana benefits from our natural resources. And I'm just using gold as an example. So we need to empower to get a hold and keep control of our resources. We need to empower our Geological Survey Department as well as our universities such as UENR and UMAT to help us in exploration. That is where we first need to go. We need to provide the resources. And so we are going to start with this program in terms of changing the paradigm to maximize our natural resources starting in 2025 with a lot of investment in exploration. If you explore and find, then you keep control. But if somebody else goes to find, then you don't have control. So we want to find, and this is why we are going to give the resources to the universities, to the Geological Survey Department to go in and do the exploration. So that is very key. That is very, very key. Once we find the resources, then my proposal is that the concessions that will be given in the areas that we find should be to Ghanaians. 100% ownership of these resources by Ghanaians. I believe that our institutions, our small-scale miners, whatever, can raise sufficient resources. Once the resources are proven reserves, MIF can structure financing, and I also want to build a minerals development bank to support the mining. So they will work with MIF to support miners. I'm not worried that our miners are small scale. That is not the problem. They are small scale, but they can become medium scale and large scale if we support them and they mine responsibly. So I want us to explore, our universities and the Geological Survey Department to explore and let us focus on helping the miners, moving them away from the water bodies and designating particular areas where we have found gold, and we give them the opportunity to do responsible mining in those areas. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we should convert some of the abandoned shafts of the big mining companies into community mining schemes. Charting a new mining vision will require that we collaborate with the large mining companies and come to the point where we are able to have conversations around converting these abandoned shafts into community mining schemes. Community mining schemes create a lot of employment. As I said, we will be able to also prioritize the Geological Survey Department and our universities to provide them the needed resources. We will also involve our traditional leaders. This is a very key point. We haven't done that adequately. And if we want to formalize the small-scale sector, but to be able to do so, to license them, the district mining committees can provide the licenses, but they'll have to do so together with the traditional rulers on whose lands these are taking place. We also want to, as I said, in collaboration with the relevant state institutions like MIF, PMMC, MIMCOM, Bank of Ghana, the private sector, and others, we want to establish a minerals development bank to finance viable local mineral projects and to in a bid to mitigate foreign financing of local mining projects, which leads to heavy smuggling of the produce afterwards. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, adequately resource the PMMC to establish more gold buying centers at such markets and mine gates to mop up all the gold mined by small-scale miners. We want all of these gold mined by small-scale miners to enter Ghana's gold reserves. So we will insist on sustainable and responsible mining so that we can buy this gold and put them as part of our reserves. We will also establish an equipment pool to support small-scale mining activities. For example, if you look at the tailings that the miners have, when they extract the gold at the moment, for the small-scale miners, because of the lack of technology, the appropriate machinery, because of the lack of that, they only get about 30 to a maximum 40% of the gold out of the tailings that they have. But if we give them the right machinery, which we have, then they will be able to extract at least 90% of the gold from those same tailings. So this issue of what we are going to do is also to provide common user facilities, gold processing facilities at these community mines and make them accessible to small-scale miners so that you can bring your tailings in to the small-scale, to the common user facilities and extract your gold. Once you extract your gold, you can sell it to the Bank of Ghana or PMMC, and then you get your money and go your way. And I think these common user processing facilities will also be important. Additionally, we shall establish community environmental protection assistance working under MINCOM and EPA with water wardens and local authorities to augment the safeguarding of our environment and water bodies. We are also going to train, and it's very important, the capacity building, training and orientation of the miners. Training and constant orientation is central to all of this, and we will, through the municipal and local agencies, mining and corporate stakeholders, conduct training for small-scale miners by instituting capacity building programs in partnership with universities such as UNER, UMAT, KNUST, and so on. These training sessions will help in effective management and passing on of knowledge to the small-scale mining firms to ensure responsible mining and strict adherence to health and safety procedures. Curriculum on the mining at schools. We shall introduce a curriculum for all schools to study some basics of mining, so that especially so that you can, there are minerals all over this country, and we need to get our people a bit more involved, and we'll look at how to do this. But it may be very, very important for us to introduce a curriculum in our schools so that our children know about mining and responsible mining, reclamation, and so on. We need to also in order to ensure compliance with mining regulations and also provide jobs for our mining engineering students, we will encourage small-scale miners to engage the services of at least a mining engineer, as it is done in the pharmaceutical and insurance industries. Because it doesn't make sense that you are operating a whole mine and you don't have a mining engineer to give you proper guidance in this thing. So we want to formalize, as I said, the small-scale mining sector, provide licenses, and once you are able to formalize and they operate according to their licenses, then the era of seizure and burning of excavators will no longer pertain, and it will be history. We will also register all small-scale miners under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association. Every miner will be registered with their Ghana card so that we have unique identification of all miners. Then, as I said, we'll encourage all the gold to be sold to the government and proceed across. Ladies and gentlemen, central to all of this is Ghana's critical mineral strategy, which defines the value chain from exploration to recycling, indicating the government's efforts in each chain and how we can tap into the necessary benefit as a people. So these are some of the areas that we want to touch on and empower and regulate, empower the miners as well as regulate them. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the overarching objectives of all these policies are to usher Ghana into a golden age for the maximization of the benefits from our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on, through value addition. We should get away from just mining and shipping out. You don't get much value from just mining and shipping out the raw materials. The value is in the processing of the raw materials. It's in adding value. It's in the refining. And we are going to insist that these minerals that we are producing should be refined in Ghana before we take them out. That has to be policy so that we can go forward in that direction. Through these bold policies, we want to raise our total mining contribution to GDP and significantly increase or enhance income to government from all mining and related activities. While at it, we will continue to develop policies and stimulate investment activities and our potential in strategic critical minerals. We have to dream big. This is a land of possibilities. When we say it is possible, every sector, including the mining sector, should see and feel the possibilities. Our overarching goal for building a robust small-scale mining sector is to become a leading player in Africa across several value chains with primary and refined products, while exporting high value-added downstream products. We don't want small-scale miners to be miners that we are chasing all over the place. We want small-scale miners to be responsible miners who become also very rich miners because we have empowered them and they are contributing to job creation and taxes and our increase in our foreign exchange reserves and our gold reserves. One of the things that really shocked me when I looked at Ghana's gold reserves when we came into office, our gold reserves were 8.7 tons of gold. 8.7. Now you look at a country like the USA, they have about 8,000 tons of gold. We, the gold producer, one of the world's leading gold producer, we have 8.7. You look at the UK and France and so on, they have 2,000, 3,000 tons of gold. We, the leading gold producer, have 8.7. That tells you there's something wrong. And this is why I asked the Bank of Ghana to start a gold purchase program. From independence to 2017, we had 8.7. Just from 2017, in fact, it wasn't in 2017, but around 2019 that they started trying to buy gold. Today, we have 32 tons from 8.7 in just a few years. So, and we haven't yet gone into serious, business on this matter. Once we redefine the architecture and empower the small-scale miners, we are going to change our fortunes. We are going to change our gold reserves, and we will really increase job creation. So, ladies and gentlemen, in doing this, we would have worked toward driving world-class sustainability with stringent plans for community engagement and local content, streamlining and environmental, social, and governance reporting requirements, while ensuring a balanced and sustainable approach to responsible mining, such that our forest reserves and river bodies are adequately protected against wanton exploitation. I believe, quite frankly, that when we formalize and regularize and regulate the small-scale mining partners, they will become effective partners of government in checking illegal mining. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, charting our country's mining vision in the small-scale mining sector isn't going to be won on a platter of regular talk shop. We will need to be more aggressive. Sustainable small-scale mining, if done well, holds the key, a very important key to national development. If we are able to do this together, we would have succeeded in mitigating the negative impacts of illegal mining and reaping the full benefits thereof. It is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause and appreciation for the Vice President's remarks. And I particularly think that representatives of universities here, as well as university students here, you must be very excited because of what has been said about universities and mining. Another round of applause for the Vice President, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, on a very light note, as a journalist, anytime I have had to report on political events or when a politician is speaking and I'm listening and writing down my notes, there are certain phrases or words that I look out for. In the absence of those phrases and words, then you know that everything the politician has told you is possible. In the absence of those, in the presence, once the politician uses those phrases and words, you can have reason to doubt what you have been told. Now, what are these phrases? When a politician is speaking to you and he says, it is in the pipeline, ladies and gentlemen, you have reason to doubt. When a politician speaks to you and says, plans are far advanced, please, you take it with a pinch of salt. When a politician talks to you especially and tells you that there is light at the end of the tunnel, there's no tunnel at all. We've listened to our Vice President. He didn't say it was in the pipeline. He didn't say plans were far advanced. Neither did he tell us that there was light at the end of the tunnel. Indeed, he showed us light at the end of the tunnel. Let's give him another round of applause. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Co-MC. It means that in the foreseeable future, it's possible for us to look back with dignity and say that rivers do not flow anymore with color, but they are colorless. That is the future all of us seek to achieve, and we thank you very much, Vice President, for those fine comments. It's now time for us to say a thank you, and something that it's a time now to say thank you, and thank you is very special for us as Africans. And you know that in every African language there is something unique about the thank you, different from the way the white man, the English language, says it. So it's about time for us to listen to a thank you from the Registrar of our University. But before that, I'd like to just give us some linguistics about thank you in 2 African languages, so you can envision what that means in your language, why it is important as part of our programs as vote of thanks wherever you go. If you take the Akan word midasi, for example, the linguistics is that the one giving the thanks says that he is under the one he is thanking. And the one being thanked says that no, you are not under me. Giving the one thank an elevation over the one saying thank you. And that is what we have right here today. I would not like to take word out of the mouth of our registrar. So we invite the registrar, Dr. Georgina Mrs. Asi Osu.
Hello, good evening to you all. Your Excellency, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana and presidential candidates for the New Patriotic Party. Honorable, Your Excellency, kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Thank you very much. William Attaward, an American motivational writer, once said, "Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it out." As we draw the curtains on the opening of the 3rd annual Transformational Dialogue organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, it is with great pleasure and heartfelt gratitude that I, Georgina Siosu, Registrar of the University, express the appreciation and gratitude that we as a university feel in our hearts. We would like to thank the Almighty God for His great grace and mercies for this vision. He is the giver of life and He is the giver of every good thing, and we are grateful unto Him. Our deepest gratitude goes to our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President of Ghana and presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, for making time out of his busy schedule to be with us here today. Your Excellency, we are very grateful. God bless you. We wish to thank our guest of honor, Honorable Justin Owusu-Banahene, the Bono Regional Minister, the guest speaker, Mr. Edward Nana Yao Kranti, CEO, Minerals Income Investment Fund. We are grateful to you all for honoring this invitation despite your busy schedule. I see a lot of honorable here. Our Honorable Minister of Health, we are grateful for your presence. Nananum, we are very thankful to you all. We want to express sincere gratitude to our partners and sponsors, Minerals Commission Ghana, Ghana Chamber of Mines, UNDP, UNESCO, US
our third annual Transformational Dialogue on Small-Scale Mining in Ghana. Don't forget, we'll later bring you the Youth Connect Town Hall meeting, which will take place at the Sunyani Technical University Auditorium. But first, let's go over some of the key points that the Vice President made whilst he was talking. He also spoke about the need to empower geological universities to help maximize natural resources exploration and the research, which will lead to 100% ownership of our natural resources by Ghanaians. He also wants to introduce a curriculum for all schools to study responsible small-scale mining. More research needs to be conducted on this to determine its feasibility. He actually mentioned that. He also said government is going to implement a policy for the refinement of all minerals to be done in Ghana before we export. For him, that is ushering Ghana into a golden age where we're literally adding value to our minerals before we send them out, so we're able to get more income by that export. Now, he also went on to talk about the fact that he wants to maintain the purity of our natural resources. He was keen on responsible mining because he feels that if we want to preserve our forests and our water bodies, then we need to follow protocol. We need to ensure that the small-scale miners are actually going according to regulations that have been set in place for them. He also mentioned training and constant orientation for the small-scale miners. This will be done by instituting capacity building programs in partnership with the universities. So these are key things, points that he mentioned, and he feels that these things are going to help us, especially for him, in formalizing the small-scale mining sector. You're still watching ABC News Ghana. We'll take you straight to the Sunyani Technical University, where he will soon be addressing the youth at the Youth Connect Town Hall meeting. But do stay with us. We'll be right back shortly.